did shut down, you know, earlier because I switched it on ahead of schedule.
Okay.
So if you don't touch it,
I do like that because, you know, you go out and you go, did I turn the iron off?
do you know, the number of dog walks I've done and I thought, oh my goodness.
I didn't turn the iron off.
But I always have done, but you have that moment, it's like, have I locked my car? And you go back, don't you, in the car park?
Yeah, or you're like trying to click it from
afar. And about 40 other cars all go off, yeah.
Oh, it's a nice iron.
Yeah, it's
How
very
much is
good.
that then? 39? That's good, isn't it?
That is a good price, isn't it?
3,200 watts as well, nice and powerful. I have the Belgian iron. It's absolutely fabulous. Mine is the one you can use cordless too. It's a marvel from Hayley and Kate. This one isn't cordless. We do sometimes.
I had the cordless one last time I was on, I think. Yeah.
Oh, and it changes colour.
I know.
I suppose when it's heated up.
Yeah, but which is good because it
then
gives
you know,
an indication that it's at the right.
It's got boost of steam and a spray.
It's got a double dial, so you've got your steam regulation.
Oh, temperature and steam.
Yeah, and they're separate, so you can regulate how much steam it's giving off or not.
I don't know what I've got it on.
Which is good.
I've got it on full steam.
Full steam ahead.
A maximum.
So
you're just joining all the strips
I
on
am
because
joining
so
those.
cut everything out first, following that. And you can always tick it off as you go along. You're going to use these instructions again. So if you don't want to write on your pattern which bit's which, then just photocopy it. Or you can do it on a spare piece of paper and say which is which. Because once it's all cut and labelled, then you'll be able to sew it together
really quickly. But it also means you can separate out.
I think you've run out of bobbin thread.
No, I haven't. I'm still going. I am the world's worst for bobbing chicken, I tell you. I've got it down to 3 inches the other day.
Really?
Oh, look, what's happened there?
You've run out of bobbin threads.
No, bobbin threads there.
Oh, the top thread's not threaded on them.
Oh,
well, I could
stitch
see
those.
as you were sewing it that it wasn't sewing.
Look, there's loads there.
Oh.
So we'll put a new bobbin in. I've got a new
while
one
you do
ready.
that, while
I'll
you do
quickly sew
no, that's
that one.
weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
So instruct.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. How is everybody today? We are day 2 of our mega early bird specials and they are amazing. So this has been a lot of time in the planning actually because the quantities are huge and I actually think we've got the best one today. Don't get me wrong, I loved the unicorn scissors yesterday and you've got some really great treats coming on later in the week as well. But we have got one of the best, well, the best brand, I think, when it comes to cutting tools, Fiskars. And we've got an essential. Anybody who is a quilter or, you know, bag maker, even dressmakers on Sewing Bee, I've seen people using rotary cutters. This is going to be the day to get yourself an early bird rotary cutter. It's your classic Fiskars 45mm blade trigger rotary cutter. Now, the reason that I'm going to go straight into this is because we've got a fab day today. We've got our cross-stitch kits with Sophie coming up, and we've not seen her since Christmas. So we've got loads to do in this first hour. So we're going to take this even lower than we're supposed to, just to get as many people involved as possible. Now, you can use this if you're a left or a right-hander because you can change the blade completely over to the other side. So lefties, that's absolutely fine to change it over to use it as a left-handed rotary blade. It's completely sort of concealed here, and it's not until you use the locking button to unlock your rotary blade that you're able to use it. So it's really lovely and safe to use. It's got a comfort grip handle. It is Fiskars, so you know all of our cutting tools from Fiskars are fabulous quality. Now, the price that we can see on screen right now is our ordinary price, which, can I just say, is amazing anyway. We had a bit of a search just this morning, really, really quickly. You can do the same at home. But the best price that we found was £16.99, and that had a £4.50 P&P charge as well. So the best price we found was £16.99. I mean, we found another one as well that I think was 20-something. There's one £17.75. There you go. There's another one, exactly the same one, same brand, same design. One that was a slightly different design. It had a handle across here. That was £40, or £39.64. So, I mean, Fiskars rotary cutters are your high-end brand. Today, we're going to make it a price that this could be your second rotary cutter. Maybe you don't want to be changing your blade over for foundation paper piecing, or if you want one to have in your toolbox that you're taking to workshops or classes, it could be your second, your third, your fourth rotary blade if you like. So, are you ready today? Discounted as your mega specials early bird week. Are you ready? Da, 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 da. I told you it was going to be a good one. It's only £9.99. And if those of you have never worked with a rotary cutter before, lowest it's ever been, by the way, by an absolute mile, needless to say. If you've never worked with a rotary cutter before, I'll just show you. If you're doing multiple layers of fabric, if you're cutting, always cut away from yourself. But if you're working with a ruler, it will give you a really lovely, clean cut every single time. If you're working next to a quilting ruler, obviously it makes it super, super speedy. You can cut through multiple layers. 45mm blade is probably the sort of go-to that most people will use. You might use a smaller one if you're working with curves, etc. But a 45mm blade is your standard blade, which is easy to replace as well. Like with our sewing machine needles, we suggest to swap your needle over every big project, every sort of 8 to 10 hours of sewing. And if you are starting a new big quilt kit, it is worth changing rotary blade. These are really easy to get replacements. You don't even need to necessarily use the Fiskars blade replacements. It's your standard 45mm blade. Easy to change. You literally can unscrew the blade here, dispose of the old one and put the new one in. And as I said, you can also swap this completely over to use if you're a left-hander. But anybody who hasn't yet checked out on their early bird, you are making a £5 saving on this one as today's early bird. And that means that you've also got your P&P paid for the day now. And trust me, it's going to be a great day to get involved. We've got a lot going on. Right, it says here, oh yeah, plus your blade. So you get your rotary cutter plus your blade. I was just wondering, do you get an extra blade? So you do get your 45mm blade included to get cutting straight away, and obviously your lovely rotary tool, just £9.99. Can I remind you, elsewhere, this very one is going to cost you at least, well, £16.99, £17. Some of the Fiskars brands up to £40. There you go. There's another one, £17.75. And if I'm not mistaken, that one has got a really high postage and packaging charge as well. Was that one the £6.50 postage and packaging charge as well? Yeah, it was. It's exactly the same one. This is, again, same one. £16.99 was the best price we found. So at midnight tonight, it will go back to our regular price of £14.99. Kerry's producing today, by the way. Now, Kerry's part of our scheduling department. And she says, this is her go-to. This is the one, quilting shows, I will be scheduling into the show. So you often see it on our website, on Today's Show Deals, at £14.99. Today, for our mega early bird special week, multi-buyers are in. I'm not surprised. Well, now, do you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there's anybody that is a teacher who runs classes or groups. Imagine if you are setting up a quilters group and you're starting people off where you're doing a bit of a bundle that you could then even charge, you know, £15 for these if they want to buy their rotary cutters, or £12, and they're even getting, you know, still a brilliant deal, or include it in the cost of your workshop, countering the fact that you're getting these for just £10 today. That is a silly deal. But as I said, it's because we've got hundreds and hundreds available, as it is our early bird specials week. £9.99 is not normally the price on this, so definitely make the most of it. A lovely comfort grip handle. everything that you want with your safety catch as well. So that is now completely locked in place. And after every cut, I do suggest you use that lock button. But there's a lot of rotary cutters that are around this sort of price that don't have that auto release, basically. So you would have to physically remember to put the blade back every single time. We often get messages about it. If anybody's using, you know, a different rotary cutter, a different brand, and the blade is left exposed, so many people messaging like, please, please close your rotary blade, please, please. But sometimes you might just forget. Whereas with this, because you've got that trigger, it is automatically going to stay there. And it's only when you press the trigger in that the blade is engaged. But then you have that extra safety measure with your locking button. So now that is in your pencil case, that is in your toolbox, that is completely safe. Jay, would you come and refresh my screen for me, please, on my big screen? I'm still on my X tool from Hobby Maker. Yesterday I did Hobby Maker. And I was saying to them, oh my gosh, I felt like I had a real late night last night. I was wild. I was out till 8 o'clock. It was still light when I went outside. I was thinking, this is past my bedtime. And I went outside and it was still really light. And everyone was going about their day, still like it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But anyway, anyone who manages to get that, you've opened your order today and you are in prime position to be able to get something from lovely Sophie's show. Anybody who hasn't seen Sophie's cross-stitch kits before, her company is Sophie, and they are absolutely gorgeous. They completely sold out back in December, so we've got some of her kits back in stock, and we've also got some new ones as well. Okay, shall we let you know how we get in touch? Anybody that wants to message the studio, there's a few ways of doing it. You can either do it via our email, which is studio@sewingstreet.com, studio@sewingstreet.com. I'm also live on Facebook today, so if you want to drop me a message, it's Sewing Street TV if you've got any questions for Sophie. And you can also watch on the web. Now, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, send in any messages. Kerry's got the message, what's it called, the message machine, the computer open in the gallery. There you go. You can scroll down and see everything from the show on there. It's all already loaded onto pre-order. We've got Rebecca Harrison with Sussex seamstress patterns as well today. So a lot going on. And then today, this first hour, Sophie, our lovely cross-stitch kits are here. We've got her book back. We've got some kits. We've got some brand new projects as well. Some returning kits. Look at these. Oh, I love them. I love her style. They're gorgeous and the colours are beautiful. You'll see in a second. Keep going, Mike. There's another one, the sewing... Sewing is my therapy. Here. This is it. It's in front of me. Looking for it and it's here. This is the one that completely sold out first time around. Crafter lives here. Sorry, sewing is my therapy. That's the other one. These ones all sold out first time around. They're on pre-order if you want to shop ahead. They are returning today. Also, we have got the waistcoat. This is the Glind waistcoat. It's a gorgeous pattern from Sussex seamstress. They are very, very on trend, aren't they? Ladies' waistcoats are very, very in. They're coming up at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, pre-cuts galore. Oh my gosh, we've got loads coming up in the hour. As I said, Kerry's part of our scheduling department and she's producing today. So we've got access all areas to the stock, basically. Pre-cut area, pre-cut hour at 10 o'clock. Yeah, message in. Any requests? Today we can be naughty. Do it, do it, do it. Normally here we're like, oh, you know, the office staff, we'll get in trouble with the office staff, but we've got her in producing today, so access all areas. Anything you want to see, let us know. 11 o'clock, we've got the Southwater dress, which sold out this time last year. It's a beautiful dress, all occasions, really easy as well to make, I'm being told. Really easy. Beginner's pattern coming up at 11 o'clock. And we've got Rebecca Harrison here. So obviously we'll be talking all things Overlockers. So we've got some sneaky, sneaky deals. Some great discounts on Overlockers coming up at 12 o'clock. Fabulous. Right, so shall we say hello to lovely Sophie? It's been a while since we've seen you, Sophie. How are you?
It has been a while. Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
How's your little boy?
Yeah, he's good.
6 months old, you say now?
Yeah, so he's 4 months old.
4 months?
Yeah, he's back at the hotel with my husband.
Oh, amazing. And then your other little boy, he's at home?
Yeah, he's at home with Nanny and Grandad. Hi, Henry.
Oh.
Yeah, he should be on his way to school soon. But yeah, he went for a sleepover last night.
Oh, lovely. Well, I was talking to Sophie just a couple of minutes ago before we came on air, and obviously you've been having children for the last few years, but you've also been, I mean, just a lot of people on their maternity leave are just very sort of busy going for coffees and looking after babies and drinking more coffee because we're looking after babies all day and all night. But you've actually set up the most incredible business with a really lovely sort of mindful sentiment behind it as well.
Yeah, thank you.
How did it all sort of start, Sophie?
So I started the business in 2019 when my eldest was a baby, while I was on maternity leave with him, because I really wanted to do something just for me, work really flexibly around my family, and do something that like sparked a little bit of joy, that was a little bit more creative. So that's when So Sophie Crafts was born, and yeah, it's kind of gone from there.
So we're looking at kits today. We've got brand new kits. We've also got some that are back in stock. In fact, shall we start with the back in stock ones? Because these completely sold out first time round. Do you want to come over to here, Sophie? Because I'd love to see exactly what it is that you get inside. They're beautifully presented as well.
Thank you. So yeah, everything comes in a lovely pink box. And if I open this one up, inside you'll find your embroidery hoop. So it's a 6-inch wooden embroidery hoop. You've got an A4 printed pattern, and it says here all of the DMC thread shades. So if you did want to use any of the shades, again, you know exactly what colours are used. And then a nice big colourful printed pattern in there.
I like that you've done with symbols and also with colours on here as well.
Yeah, just to try and make everything really beginner friendly. It's nice and easy to follow. And then you get all of your threads.
Because this is counted cross stitch, isn't it? Which I really love, because you can choose, if you don't want to do all of the elements, you don't need to. Also, I think it's good practice to get into, actually, a counted cross stitch, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So you, like you say, you can just do some of the elements if you would prefer to. You can adapt it, you can personalise it, you could change the text on it to be something that you wanted on there. So then just in this little pink packet, you've got all of your embroidery threads, which are all cut to length already.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, and caught on the needle on the back. You've got your embroidery needle here, so you've got all of your threads.
And these are all DMC as well, aren't
all
they?
All DMC threads, yeah. So even though I try and make my kits really beginner friendly, I use all very top quality materials. So you've got Fiskars Ada and you've got DMC thread, just to make everything nice and easy.
For anybody who's not done cross-stitch before, do you find that Ada is the best place to start as opposed to going straight onto linen or,
Definitely, yeah. So this is 14 count Ada, which means that there are 14 squares per inch.
Okay.
And that, for me, is the most beginner-friendly place to start. It's a lot easier to follow. It's nice and straightforward. You start getting into kind of even weave and linen, it becomes a little bit trickier to see. So I think this is a much better place to start.
But it doesn't look like a beginner project. You know, when you finish that, you're going to be so proud of it. It's going to hang up in your sewing space. And it doesn't look like, you know, a lot of beginner cross-stitch patterns can look slightly sort of babyish, do you know what I mean? Whereas this is really beautiful, and it's a nod to our hobby as well.
Definitely,
which is great.
So I wanted to create patterns that are really colourful and fun, but also very beginner friendly. So you'll see lots of block colours, little sections of the same colour in there, but still they're fun designs, they're a bit creative, and like you say, you'll be proud to finish them.
And then you also have your instructions in there as well as your chart.
A step-by-step learn how to cross-stitch guide. So this opens up and you've got images to talk you through how to get started with cross-stitch. It talks you through each step, how to cross-stitch, how to start your threads, how to finish a thread, and how to get in touch if you have any issues at all. So I'm always more than happy if you get in a in a muddle to help out via email or Instagram or that kind of thing.
Amazing. These completely sold out first time round. You get everything that you need in the kit for £15.95. This would make a really lovely gift for somebody as well. And now, hopefully, we're in the summer. It's a very portable project to do as well. You know, you might spend a lot of time in front of the sewing machine in a bedroom or a spare room or something, whereas to take something on the move with you.
Yeah, definitely. It's
outside in the
something
garden.
that you can just pick up and put down quite easily. With having 2 children, I need that ability at home quite often. I might only have 10, 15 minutes to do some stitching, so I can pick it up, do a little bit and pop it away. And like I say, it's very portable. You can take it away with you as well.
Amazing. Right, we're going to do a bit of a demo on this in a little while, but we're going to show you the other kits that we have and introduce everything on there. But well done if you've got that already. There's a lot in baskets. Now, should we also do the sewing is my therapy? You talk about this a lot within your book and how cross-stitch and hand-stitching itself, I think, especially over the last sort of 4 years since you launched, you must realise how important it has been for not only yourself but for a lot of people's mental health as well.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the process of slow stitching is really, really good for your mental well-being. It's a moment to step away and just do something just for yourself. It takes your mind off. If you've got lots on your mind at the time, you can just really escape into the stitching. Sorry, do you want me to?
Yes, please.
And yeah, I talk a lot about that in my book and how cross-stitch can be really, really good for your mental health.
So in here you get the lovely little mini hoops.
Yeah, so this is a slightly smaller one. This is a 4-inch embroidery hoop, but it's the same wooden hoop there.
Yeah, lovely.
You get your printed pattern, again, with all of the DMC thread shades noted. A nice big print with the colour symbols on there.
Lovely.
And then in your little pink packet.
Your little sweetie packet.
Yeah.
I love it.
I like to make them nice and pretty. You get all of your embroidery threads wound onto your card with your embroidery needle on the back, your slightly smaller piece of Ada, which is plenty big enough for your hoop.
Yeah.
And then the same how to cross stitch guide with everything you need to know.
And do you have a place that you would start? Like you said, I know this is something you can pick up and put down. Do you generally start in the centre and work out, or do you just pick an element?
I tend to start from the centre, so I'll pop the fabric into the hoop and then generally work from the centre of the hoop and the centre of the pattern and gradually work out. And that just means that you'll know that your design is fairly central to the hoop, but it isn't the end of the world if it's slightly off, because you've got lots of space around the fabric, so you can always move your hoop if you need to when you're finished.
Right, okay. And I mean, you can see from the chart as well, it's large in scale, so you can see exactly where to count, and it's up to you whether you want to highlight it and, personalise it when you've already done that stitch, or...
Yeah, of course. So you've got a red line, I don't know if you can see that on the camera, that goes down the centre and through the middle. So it shows you exactly where the central point of your pattern is. So for this one, the centre point is here, so I would probably start with this blue thread and then work through the text and gradually work out, counting each section at a time.
Brilliant. £13.45, and that is for your full kit with everything that you need for Sewing is My Therapy. With all of your DMC skeins, with your needle, with your hoop, with your instructions, all kitted for you in a lovely box. So they're great if you're gifting for people, or a little treat for yourself. Maybe you're going on a holiday or you're going away, and you always need something to do with your hands, don't you? I know a lot of people who aren't very good at just sitting down on an evening and watching the telly with, their partner or anything. They need to be doing something.
Yeah, that's exactly me.
Yeah.
No, so I love to stitch in the evenings because I can't just sit still for very long, and it means I'm not scrolling on my phone.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking of what I need to do. I can just take a little bit of time to relax and also feel productive at the same time.
Brilliant. What next, Jess? Sorry, Kerry, what should we do next? The cards. Now, obviously, these are beautiful that you can display, but you can still use these within projects as well. I think cross-stitch, a lot of people do just envision samplers on a wall, but actually they're really versatile. So you've done some card kits as well, haven't you?
Yes, so they're a little bit different. So you still get all of the supplies inside to get stitching, but then you also receive 2 aperture cards and envelopes, so you can create your cross-stitch into a greetings card.
So we have the Cloudy Days one, I believe.
Yeah.
Yes. So this will make 1 card?
So each kit creates 2 cards.
Brilliant.
So you get, in the Cloudy Days selection, you get the cloud and then a rainbow design as well.
Oh, there you go.
And I've left them text-free because then you could use them for any occasion.
Love them. £14.95, and that's to make 2, but you get all of your apertures as well as everything that you need, including your skeins, your Ada, your needle, just like with the other kit.
And there's the how to cross-stitch instructions and also instructions on how to make it into the card.
Brilliant. Any questions that you have, please do get them in. We've got Sophie for the whole hour, so if there's anything that you want to see or demonstrate, then of course we'll try and squeeze that in as well for you this hour. Suitable for beginners, suitable for anybody who's never cross-stitched before, but if you are an avid stitcher, aren't they beautiful designs? These are all your own designs, Sophie, aren't they?
Yeah, I designed them all myself.
Love them. Absolutely gorgeous. And like you said, actually, this is going to be suitable for so many different occasions if you want to put your own sentiments on there as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so that's the Cloudy Days. There's a sunshine,
Yeah,
ray of
so
sunshine.
there's Ray of Sunshine as well, which has a sunshine card and then another rainbow design as well.
£14.95, again to make 2 separate cards with your cross-stitch elements. And once again, up to you if you want to frame them, if you want to use them within another project, then absolutely you can.
Yeah, so both of all of the card designs are suitable for a 4-inch size embroidery hoop. So if you do like the design but you would like to put it on a wall, then you can absolutely do so. Or you can make them into anything you'd like.
Brilliant. £40.95. Check out on any of the kits. We've got lots to show you, so we're just whizzing through all the kits, but then we're going to go into more detail on some of them and do some demos as well. What's this one that I've got over here? Oh, is there another one as well? Summertime.
That is the
Oh,
summertime
that's this
one.
one. Yeah. This is brand new in today. We are officially in summer now, aren't we? I mean, it's my twin's birthday at the weekend, and we've got a party in the garden, and I'm frantically asking people if anyone's got gazebos or anything like tents or something for us in the garden, because you just can't rely on it. But this is just giving us summer vibes. I love this. Look at the orange and all sorts. It's lovely.
Yeah. It's wishful thinking for a summery,
I know.
summery summer.
So once again, within your kit, you're getting your hoop.
Yep, so you get the 6-inch embroidery hoop.
Brilliant. You've got your stitch pattern here, which is in lovely colour. It's blown up so you can see every square very, very clearly. You've got symbols as well if you normally work from symbols or colours. You've got that there. Get in touch. You've got your QR code, so if you've got any questions or need any help or advice,
Yep.
then you've got Sophie's details there. And then also, of course, you've got your little bag of treats with your lovely little sticker, beautiful little bag, and inside all of your DMC skeins, all of the colours, your cross-stitch guide. For anybody who is completely new to cross-stitch, it tells you how to get started. And aren't these colours lovely? You've got a very distinctive palette. Do you stick, because there's a lot of colours on the
There
DMC
is a
range.
lot of colours, yeah. So I try and stick to some of the same shades, but it's always fun to introduce a few new ones and get a bit creative.
But I feel like they'll all look nice together. You know, if you've done a few of your kits and you're starting to put them all onto a wall together, they're all going to work together.
Yeah, they're all quite complementing shades.
Yeah. And there you have your Ada, which is, again, plenty big enough to be able to fit into your hoop to create your lovely summertime hoop. £15.95 for your cross-stitch kit. Right. Should we do a little bit of a demo?
Yeah.
Which is the one that you've got there set up? Is it the...
So I've got the A Crafter Lives Here one.
Ah, brilliant. I don't think we've done that one yet, have we?
That was
the
the
one.
one.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. So I've got a hoop here that is already kind of part stitched, just to demonstrate how to follow the pattern. So I've got my nice colourful pattern here, and this is where I've started stitching the little sewing machine. Now, cross stitch is a really basic form of needlepoint, because you are just following a pattern of lots of X-shaped stitches onto your fabric. So each of the squares, the coloured squares on your pattern, represents a cross onto your fabric. And I'm just going to follow along. So I've stitched up to this point here, and I'm just going to do the following row at the top. So what I tend to do is you do 2 stitches in a diagonal, and then they cross over to make your X. And in this row, I'm going to do 5 stitches.
Sophie, I love those needle minders. Are they magnetic?
They are magnetic, yes.
That's very clever.
So they're really handy. I've got a magnet on each side, and then you can just pop your needle on it, nice and easy. It's very
I've never seen these before.
safe. Have you not?
No, these are genius.
They're very handy.
They're lovely
for
designs as
stitching.
well. That is so handy, because otherwise maybe you're piercing holes in your fabric, or, you know, leaving your needle just loose in your
In the
sofa.
sofa.
Yeah.
Or in your t-shirt. Never a good idea.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Look at these. And they are so beautiful as well. Put them onto your work and it will hold your needle in place. We've got different designs. I'll show you those in just a minute. In fact, we'll come back to those. But they're amazing. They are on pre-order if you want to grab them.
Yeah, they're very handy. They're made in the UK using recycled acrylic. So yeah, they are very, very handy to use.
Love it.
So I'm just stitching this row of crosses along here, and it is just 2 diagonal stitches that make a cross, and your fabric is already essentially gridded, so it's not like you have to pierce any of the holes or anything. You're just copying it across from your pattern onto the Ada here. So I've just stitched a row of stitches there, a row of 5, which is the row of 5 on my pattern. Mm-hmm. So if I then go up, I need to do 1 stitch here and then leave 3 for that black section.
Okay. And do you just carry that thread across the back of your work?
Yes, normally. So for that little gap of 3 stitches, I would. If it was a bigger gap, if I wanted to then go and stitch this section over here, I would end the thread here and start a new thread at the top. If it is a bigger gap, I would stop and start again. But if it is just a little section, then you can just run your thread over. So I've left 3 squares empty here for those 3 black ones, and then I'm going to count across. I need another 6 stitches in this row. And gradually, as you do each little cross, you'll see the pattern start to come to life.
Can I remind you, this is the one that completely sold out back in December, was it, Sophie, that you were last here?
Yeah, I was back on in December to launch the book, actually.
Oh, brilliant. We have got the book back in stock as well. The Crafter Lives Here kit is very, very popular. Again, by the way, over half the stock is in baskets. If you've got it in your basket, please don't wait until the end of the show, because it completely sold out, and we've got everything that we're able to bring you in the show today. There are less than 20 of those now. Could we do those little needle minders while Sophie's just stitching? Because that is absolutely gorgeous. And I think anybody that's getting this kit, definitely get yourself a needle minder. There's 3 different designs. Are they all separate, Sophie?
Yes.
Right, so the little one that you've got there with the stalk embroidery scissors, as you say, they're made out of recycled acrylic. So I love that. Everything that is really thought about with your kits and your products that you're bringing on.
And it's nice to have like a little stitching accessory. It's a very handy tool. It's a really good gift for anyone if you don't know what to buy your crafting friend. Yeah, they're just very, very handy.
Well, you can have it on your work here, but also, obviously, if you've got a pacemaker, obviously you are aware you've got a pacemaker, don't put it in a magnet, but I'm thinking you could also, I know you don't want people to be putting them into their tops, but if you are so used to that, put it onto your...
Or if you don't want it on your hoop, you could always put the magnets on your sleeve or onto the side of your sewing machine if you're doing that kind of sewing. Or I have in the past popped my popped it on just the top of my embroidery hoop on the metal screw at the top.
Yeah.
If you don't want it on your fabric itself, it's just another place to pop it.
Brilliant. £7.50. Check out on those. Loads of you getting these. There's now less than 10. £7.50 for the lovely stalk embroidery scissor version. If you opened your order with the early bird today, then you're automatically only paying one postage and packaging no matter how many times you check out. This is lovely as well. Sewing is my therapy, or the little rainbow. You'd have to get all three. Just go for it. I bet it's very difficult to choose just between one or two of these, because they're all lovely, aren't they?
Well, it's handy to have a needleminder for every project, right?
That's so true. I like your thinking. Right, sorry, back to you with your...
No, that's okay. So I'm just finishing up this row. What I do find for big sections of colour is you can, rather than doing each individual cross one at a time, you could do a row of the diagonal cross in one direction and then go back down to finish in the other direction. It just means that you can do that one section of counting and then you don't have to pay as much attention to it. So I've just done this row with the black section in it and left the gap there. The next row above just goes all the way across. So rather than do the cross, I'm just going to do the diagonal in one direction.
This might be a completely silly question, and please don't judge me, but is there a way that you do your cross? Do you need to just keep it consistent, or...?
So if you're a complete beginner, it's not something you have to worry about too much. But as you do more cross stitches, I find I always like to have the top stitch running in the same direction. It just makes the overall finish a lot neater. So when I'm stitching, I always do the first stitch, so it goes bottom left to top right, and then the other stitch, the top stitch in the other direction, just to make the whole piece all in the same direction. So I've done a whole row of half stitches, so that's just the first diagonal all across in a line, and then what you would do is just go back down that row to finish off all of those crosses. It just makes the section a little bit easier to follow.
Other than your, obviously the text on there, is it all crosses, all cross stitch?
So all of the patterns are cross stitch or back stitch. They're the only stitches I use. Yeah. They're all full crosses. So in some more complex patterns, you'll get half stitches or 3/4 stitches that just become a bit more fiddly. So in all of my patterns, you only get the full crosses and back stitch, just to try and keep it really great for beginners.
Yeah. Message come in from, who's this from, Kerry? Hi Pat, good morning, good morning. Morning, I'm a recent convert to the needle minder. I've found over 50 needles lost inside a pincushion by my chair.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, that is brilliant. You definitely need 3 of these then, don't you, for all 50 needles?
A whole selection.
Yes. Oh, thank you for your message. Susan's messaged in as well. Good morning, Susan. Lovely to see Sophie back on Sewing Street. I love her kits. That's from Sue in Wales.
Thank you. Yeah, so I've just done this row of stitches along the top, and then the next would be the row right at the top of the sewing machine. But you can start to see this shape form. And like we said earlier, it is referred to as slow stitching. It's not something that comes together straight away, but it's quite nice to see that gradual progression as you start stitching.
Brilliant. Crafted Lives Here kit, just £15.95 for your 6-inch hoop. Everything that you need, all of those lovely colours. And I mean, you have not sort of just picked a couple of colours there. You've gone to town with all the threads. There's a lot of colours in the kit. Yeah,
it's a very colourful selection. So there's 9 different thread shades in that pattern.
Love it. You've got them all here within your kit to create your Crafted Lives Here. And then the text, is that backstitch then?
Yes, so for the text you just use 1 strand of thread and you just copy where the lines are. You would copy that across onto the grid in your fabric. How
many strands of thread are on your floss?
So the embroidery floss itself comes in 6-strand pieces.
Do you know how we take it apart without getting in a real mess?
Yes. So if I just
I feel like I will just get in such a knot.
So The embroidery thread here is all 6-strand DMC.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is separate them. So for cross stitch, you stitch with 2 strands of thread. So what I would do is take the whole bundle of threads between my thumb and finger, and then you take 1 strand and pull it away in one really smooth motion.
Oh, okay. And that's not going to.
And it will all bunch up, but then as that thread releases, you then have 1 thread that's been removed and the rest are tangle free.
And do you put a knot at the end?
No.
Okay.
So to start with stitching for cross stitch, when you need 2 strands, I use what we call a loop method. So I only use 1 strand of thread and I fold it in half. And this is a much easier way to get started, and it is noted in the how-to guide if you need step-by-step instructions. So what I've done is I've just got this 1 strand of thread and folded it in half. And where the 2 strands meet, you'll thread that end onto your needle. And I've got one here where I've done that, and you end up with this loop at the end, if you can see that. Of the thread. So to then start across, if I grab this separate hoop, I'd come from the top of where I want my first cross to go, and go down to then leave a little loop behind just on the front. Go then diagonally to that back through, and then pass my needle through that loop. And then go back down through the first hole, and it just takes that little tie to the back of your fabric.
Oh, nice.
So it's nice and secured. You don't need to knot it. You don't need to worry about it coming undone. And now you're stitching with 2 strands because you folded it in half.
Right. Oh, that's very clever. It's all in the instructions though, so don't panic.
It's all
You
in
don't
the
need to remember
instructions.
that.
Yeah.
There's less than 10 of these kits remaining. It's going to be another sellout. Grab it whilst you can. There's way more of you that have got it in your basket than we have availability, and there are people buying 2s and 3s also for gifts, I think. We've waited 6 months to get Sophie back on air, so make the most of it whilst she's here. Also, just to remind you, back in stock also is the Sewing is My Therapy. Again, similar concept with all that you need in your kit. A slightly smaller hoop this time. This is your 4-inch hoop. But again, exactly the same as what you were saying. It's simply just either full crosses or back stitch. And we made a nice point earlier, actually, is that if you want to, you can change this text. You could put whatever you wanted onto it. You could put anybody's name as well, incorporate and personalise it. All of your instructions are here on how to do all of the elements included on the hoop. But because it's counted, if you think, oh, do you know what, actually, I just want to do the spools, or I just want to do that border and I've got a different design that I want to do in the centre, you can put whatever you want. Well, do you remember that mug that we had that said a crafty stitch or something? I don't know how on earth we managed. Who was that, Kerry? I wouldn't be surprised if that was Ian, actually, who let that one pass. And we had to come on air and be like, yep, this is fine, you're a crafty stitch. I don't know who's let this go on air, but we're doing it. You can change it to whatever you want. But I do love that element. They make it your own. But everything is there to do this full hoop of cross stitch, £13.45. Love that. Shall we have a look at these other needle minders? Yes, because the stalk scissors absolutely flew out. If you managed to get that well done, I think that's close to selling out. We also have the Sewing is My Therapy. Now, they've got little magnets on the back as well, so you can put those onto, as we said, your sleeve, onto your project. We all have more than one project on the go. Gosh, they're very strong magnets. I'm really bad at getting, that's it. You have to pull them side to side, don't you, instead of trying to pull them apart. As you can see, super strong. These are brilliant, though. Just £7.50, Sewing is My Therapy. And not only does it have, obviously, the magnet to hold it onto your project, but this section here also is going to hold your needles. That is brilliant. Because we're all very aware, obviously, the phone rings, the doorbell goes, you need to stop for whatever reason, you know, moving on, doing it something else. It's a slow stitching project. You're not going to get it done necessarily in one afternoon.
No, exactly.
Yeah, so it's lovely to be able to have those needle minders.
Yeah, I wouldn't be without a needle minder now because it's just such an easy place to pop your needle. You can also have multiple needles on there if you need to, if you wanted to work with a different needle for each thread colour, and then just have them all parked onto your needle minder. You can. It's just a very easy place to leave them.
Great idea. Literally a couple of those remaining. That is about to sell out. There's way more of you there than we have in basket that we have available. Just check out on any of those. If you want the rainbow one, definitely complete the set. You've got to get all three.
Yeah.
The rainbow one, again, just £7.50. Made from recycled acrylic as well. Eco-friendly. This one matches nicely with your cards, actually. It can be a nice little set to be able to get your the cards that we had earlier, look.
Yes, they make a lovely set.
Yes, absolutely. £7.50. Grab the kit whilst you're checking on that. There's also less than 10 of these remaining. It's very, very busy this morning. I knew as soon as we had that Fiskars early bird, I said today's going to be a busy day because once you've opened your order, I always feel if ever that happens on a website, which it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes once you've paid that post and packaging, you're thinking, oh, well, I might as well have a look what else there is.
Yeah.
I might as well get that. Might as well add that in.
You want to get your money's worth.
That's it, exactly. It's worth having a look through the website and just seeing what you need to stock up on what now you've paid your postage and packaging. And these are lovely little gifts or very, very useful, pretty things to have in your sewing space. Okay, once again, all of them are in single figures. I think they're all about to sell out, just £7.50. Please do check out of your basket. Don't leave it in your basket. Yeah, what else would you like to show us, Sophie?
So we've got the notepads as well, which are really handy if you do want to personalise any of the designs. We've got these cross-stitch pattern pads that allow you to map out your own pattern if you want to have a little bit of a doodle and a play with your own design.
Oh, brilliant. So you've got your grid here. And is this as if you were working on the Ada, the 14-count Ada?
Yeah, so this is as close to 14-count Ada as we could get it. Yeah. The grid itself is 90 by 90 stitches, and I've popped in the corner here, so if you're working on 14-count fabric, that would be about 6.5 inches of space, or if you want to work on 18-count fabric, that's 5 inches, just to give you an idea of what your overall pattern is going to look like. And all you would do is, if I grab a pencil, is you could just shade in, like I've done here with the hearts and the word so. You could shade in any of the boxes just to mark where you're going to stitch your pattern and bring your own design to life.
Because I bet you see everything in squares, don't you?
I do.
Anything you look at, you see
anything
it in
pixelated.
Squares. Yeah, but you could take images, pictures, and start to personalise. Or if, like you say, you want to personalise and do text, you can work out the size it's going to be, how many stitches you're going to need to be able to do that.
Yeah, so if you know that in your design you've got a space that's 30 squares for you to add your own custom section, if you could just mark, so each of the boxes on here are 10 squares, you could just mark, right, I've got 30 squares of space, I've got this area just to add my own text, and if you wanted to add back stitch, you just use lines going from like over the grid here, or to do cross stitches, you could just shade in each of the squares for where you're going to stitch.
And how many sheets do I get in here? So?
25.
Brilliant, amazing. So, I mean, you're using a pencil. You're going to be able to use these time and time again, but you've got 25 sheets in here. And not only do you get your grid, because I've seen similar things in the quilting world where we design, your own quilt blocks or design your own things. So you've got your gridded, but you've also then got to the left some ideas, the threads that you're going to use, some doodles as well if you want to play it. So there's space as well to really get creative for the design that you're looking at, yeah?
Yeah, so if you already have an idea of what you're going to be working with, you could always use coloured pencils or pens, make a note of which pen colour is which thread shade, and then you could make it a colourful pattern. I've just used a pencil here, and then you could stitch these in any shade you like. Or you could draw something onto the grid and then use the squares underneath to shade where you want your stitches to go.
Brilliant. Do you know we mentioned anybody who's opened their order already? There is another amazing thing that I haven't even mentioned yet that is brand new in today, is your tote bag.
Yes.
So, tote bag with a free pattern as well. This is really exciting, Sophie.
Yeah.
these are new to you as well, aren't they?
Yeah, so I only launched these a few weeks ago.
Brilliant!
So yeah, it's cross stitch makes me happy. All screen printed in pink.
Love it.
And yeah, it's a really handy size actually. It's quite a small tote bag, so it is really good for popping your project in.
Oh, well, I saw a message on Facebook. It was Viv. Hi, Viv. Viv says, I'm off to the Norfolk Broads holiday and my cross stitch is coming with me to do some by the river. Get yourself your bag as well.
Yeah.
This is lovely. And you're getting a free pattern as well. So you can do this on your holidays.
Yeah.
A lovely, achievable project to do over the space of your weekend holiday.
Definitely, yeah. So the project that we've included for free, the free pattern is a 4-inch size design. So it's displayed there in the 4-inch hoop.
Brilliant.
And you've got the recommended DMC thread shades, but you could always change them up and use any threads that you might already have, or go and choose your own selection of threads as well.
Brilliant. £8.95. We knew this would be popular, going straight into baskets. Just having your lovely cross-stitch bag and a free pattern as well for £8.95 is brilliant. Good morning, Tracy. Hi, Viv. Hi, Donna. Hi, Claire. Thank you for all your messages this morning. Come and say hello to us on Facebook. And if you've got any questions for Sophie, she's here for the next 10 minutes or so. So any questions, get them in. There's a question about how to finish the hoop off itself. Do you ever put anything on the
hoop itself?
The back.
Yeah.
This is from Sue. Good morning, both. When you finish the stitching, how do you finish off the hoop for hanging?
Okay, so there are a couple of different methods you can use to get your hoop finished. What you can do is on this one, let me just remove the needle minder. So assuming that this is a nice finished hoop, what you could do is cut away some of the excess fabric around into a circle. Just cut away those corners essentially. Doesn't have to be the neatest cutting in the world because it's going to be hidden behind your hoop anyway. And then what I would do is run a stitch, if I grab a piece of thread. And what I normally do is I use any leftover thread I have from a kit, and I'll use a few strands. So here I've got 4 strands of purple left, I think. So I'll use all of those because then it just makes it a bit more secure. Let's try and thread needle.
Live on air.
Yeah.
Oh,
success.
First time.
And then what I would do is just do a running stitch all the way around the outside of the fabric, leaving a tail behind. And you go all the way around. Ooh. And you can also add like a piece of cotton fabric around kind of inside the hoop as well to cover up the back of your stitching. But I sometimes just leave the back of my stitching open. But if you would prefer to cover it up, you can do so. And then once that is completely all the way round, you would take both ends and just pull them together. And it just pulls all of that fabric nice and neat behind, so you can't see it at all from the front. And then just tie that in a knot.
I know lots of people, you know, you can put some wadding at the back if you want, couldn't you? Or, well, if it's hanging on a wall, I think that's enough. You don't need to do anything more than that, do you?
Yeah, exactly. And I obviously love to cross stitch, and when I've finished a project, I'm always quite keen to get on to the next project. So I don't want to spend ages and ages finishing. However, if it's a gift, you might want to then stitch a piece of felt onto the back. You could stitch it to cover up, or like I say, you could put a piece of cotton fabric just behind the hoop itself before you then gather the fabric around. But it just makes it nice and neat, and you can hang that straight up and it's all hidden.
Thank you, Sue, for your message. Thank you, Sophie. Right, we've got 10 minutes. We've still got lots to recap and to show you, but don't forget to check out on your free pattern with your bag at just £8.95. Sophie, you mentioned earlier on that last time you were here, you launched your book. How exciting was it to be able to have your own book?
Very.
I mean, this is a big book as well. There is a lot of content in here.
Yeah. So it took about 2 years to complete it.
Wow.
And it includes 22 very beginner-friendly cross-stitch patterns, all with a very mindful theme around them.
So, I mean, these are going to be signed for you as well, which is brilliant. So
Yes.
you've got your signed book from Sophie. What I love about it is it's obviously very personal to you, that you do talk a lot about your own sort of mental well-being and how it's helped you through your journey as well.
Yeah, so I wanted to share a lot about my personal journey within the book, and within it I talk about my own struggles with depression and anxiety, and how cross-stitch has really helped me. And I also worked with a lovely focus group of other cross-stitchers who were really kind to share their own experiences of it too, and how cross-stitch has helped them in the past. So it was a really lovely project to work with other people on as well. And each project I talk about why that project is important to me, and there's one that I dedicate to my mum, and things like that.
I love this one, Time for Positivity. I mean, there's really beautiful. Are these all cross-stitch again? There's no sort of half stitches or...
No, they're all full cross-stitch. There is a section in the beginning which gives you a really detailed step-by-step on how to get started. And at the back of the book, there are, I think, 3 to 4 different variations of how to finish your cross-stitch. So there's also instructions on how to mount it onto foam board, for example. So you've got a few options of how to get it finished as well.
So these are examples from the book, aren't they? These photographs that we've got on screen here. So these are all different things that you can make and work on from the book. There's some more. I mean, there's 22 different patterns in here, different charts. I love that. There is a lot of patterns. If you start breaking down even just your price per pattern, that is amazing value. But I think this is a really lovely sort of coffee table book anyway.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, really lovely photography.
Thank you.
Really lovely. Nice gift for somebody, anyone who you know who is a cross-stitch lover. 22 patterns in here, all with really lovely sentiments.
That's my little boy there.
Is it?
Yeah, he held it.
Oh, look, there he is.
Because that's Henry. I dedicate that project to him and how he brings a lot of sunshine into our life. And so I wanted to include a photo of him, but it's just obviously his little hand.
Oh, it's super cute. £16.99 for Sophie's book. Again, has not been seen, I don't think, since Christmas. So it's definitely worth going for it. I mean, I think obviously since COVID, we've all been super aware of how important it is to just check in with your own mental health, your friends' mental health. So I think this is a really lovely one that is going to be very personal to a lot of people. Instead of taking over flowers or a bottle of Prosecco, this is something that's really, really nice that they can hang on their wall, and whether it's stitching for gifts for people or for charities or for somebody that just needs that little boost. This is a really lovely gift, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely is. Ever since the launch, I've had some really lovely messages from people who have said, oh, they bought it for their wife because she's particularly struggling, or for their friend. And it's just so nice to think that it's affecting other people as well.
So really lovely messages in here. I think for lots of different people, even not necessarily people who are struggling with their mental health, but also having a bit of a change in direction in work or goals or life, just having that positive affirmations around your workspace. This would be a really lovely, if you were a cross-stitcher, get this book and then you can stitch them for yourself or stitch for people. They're lovely. And wind and relax. 22 projects in here. Price per project is silly. Way under £1 a project. They're not doing the maths. They're like, yes, you're right. It is under £1 a project. I'm not going to say any more than that. Self-care isn't selfish. This is absolutely fab. Make the most of it whilst it's back in stock. There is a lot of you who've got it in your basket, just £16.99. Have we got time to quickly do a little bit of a demo on the card of how to put the cross stitch into the card, please?
Yeah. So I've stitched one of the rainbow designs here, so that one's all finished, and I've got my aperture card. So in the kit you get 2 aperture cards and 2 envelopes ready to create your cards. So within the card you've then got your circle for your cross stitch to go, and then a flap to cover up the back of your stitching as well. So what I would do is I've got my design here, and I can see roughly where I want that to go. So first you would need to just give the fabric a little trim so it can sit nicely within the card. So if we do this.
Oh gosh, there's nothing more satisfying than that sound.
I know. You should come and sit in our studio for the day. Listen to us cutting Ada.
Oh. So when you get this home, and if it's got slight creases in it, to find your centre, do you need to press it, or, you know, to make it?
So if you're working with an embroidery hoop, you don't need to worry too much, because the hoop itself will kind of stretch the fabric out. Or you can iron it. What I normally do is iron on the reverse of the stitching, or through like a tea towel or something, just to avoid flattening the stitches. Let me work out which way this was, that way. But yeah, if you're using a hoop, it will naturally stretch out the fabric anyway. So I've cut this down to size, and that's exactly where I want the cross stitch to go. So I've got my double-sided tape, which is the only thing you'll need to add in, and I'm just going to, oh no, wrong way around, over each 4 sides. And just place the stitching in the centre. And what's good about the double-sided tape is if you turn it around and it's not quite where you want it to go, you can just peel it off and reposition it. So I'm fairly happy with where that is positioned in the card. So then this left-hand flap is slightly shorter than the fold, so you know that's the one that goes on the inside. And then I'm going to run some tape across. Oh, I've done it again.
The nails look lovely, Sophie.
Oh, thank you.
They've got
That's been done
strawberries on them.
especially, yeah.
They do look really nice.
So double-sided tape that side, and then I'll just give that a little press across there, and then that is all hidden and it's nice and ready to gift.
Really easy.
Very simple.
Love that. Thank you ever so much. And thank you so much for all of the goodies today.
Thank you.
Had lots of sellouts. All of those needle binders, by the way, yes, have completely sold out. Now is your time to complete your orders on all of those lovely kits. Do you have a date that you're back with us?
I haven't yet, but hopefully it'll be soon.
Thank you so much. We've loved having you, and aren't they just gorgeous? Anybody who hasn't yet checked out on the Crafter Lives Here, that one is literally about to sell out. Sewing is my therapy, summertime, all of them incredibly popular. Tote bag again, don't forget, you get the tote bag and a free pattern to be able to do that lovely sunflower design. There's some really beautiful projects, and of course you've got the book. Everything's going to be listed underneath us on the website, so have a look through. We've got Rebecca Harrison coming up after the break, and we've got a Sussex seamstress waistcoat pattern. Stay where you are. It's coming up right after this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Very excited for a Sussex seamstress pattern. This is new to me. It's not new to you, I don't think, but I am so pleased that we've got a waistcoat, because I've only ever seen a waistcoat that's for a gent, that's a male pattern. So the fact that we've got a women's one, and they are everywhere at the minute, wide leg trousers and a waistcoat is very, very on trend. But also, it's really difficult to find one that fits well, don't you think? Because you've got to make sure, if you've got a larger bust or if you've got a broader back, you've got to make sure that they fit a smaller waist, or you can absolutely customise it to fit you. Now, what is fantastic about Sussex Seamstress Patterns is that it is super affordable, because you get all of the sizes in one pattern. Now, we have got as many as we possibly can of these, but please, please, please check out as early as you can, because this is what always happens with Sussex seamstress patterns. They absolutely fly out the door. It's sizes 6 to 30, huge size range, fantastic size range. In fact, I will show you on the pattern guide on the back here, or on the page on the inside. Look at it, it's beautiful. It's your classic waistcoat. I love that it's got these beautiful sort of princess seams. It's very flattering, but it looks also very tailored and very professional. Designed to fit all body shapes and all body sizes. So it's got your approximate finished measurements here, which you'll be able to find on the website as well. 2 front pockets, which are really, really lovely as well. Lovely detail of it. You can really go to town on your pattern matching with this, which we'll talk about with Rebecca. It's fully lined as well, so it's going to be super comfortable to wear. And you can keep it really, really classic with the single-breasted button fastenings. Or it says here you can go off-piece if you want, and you can make ties with it. So we'll talk to Rebecca about that. You could have a lovely tie with like a bow or something, couldn't you? That would make it really modern as well. So your size guide is there. Size 6 bust is going to be an 84, right up to a size 30, which is 162. It's got your waist, it's got your upper hip, and it's got your nape to hem, which again, we will demystify with Rebecca in just a minute. But with your pattern, as always, they come with full video tutorials. Scan the QR code and it will take you to a video tutorial. So if you missed today's show, or if you want to watch it as well as today's show, obviously today's show we might not get the chance to do every part of it, but we'll try and show the key points. Talks to you about suggested layouts. Now, we've put together some bundles of some great fabrics, which again, we will talk to Rebecca about pattern matching if you want to do that with some of your sort of more tweed style fabrics like what we've done today. But how lovely is this? As always, you've got fabulous quality pattern paper from Jane, Sussex seamstress, and a fantastic pattern to follow. And the results are amazing, aren't they? I'm very excited for you. We love, love, love this pattern. See, the great thing about this is that looks very, very formal. I'm imagining that with a pair of like brown or tan, wide leg trousers, and it's going to look absolutely fab. But you could also put this over the top. There you go. There's one in denim. Or you could do a plain one over like a roll neck top or a blouse. You could do, look, like this looks more sort of casual, doesn't it? But still dressing up, even just like a simple jersey top underneath. There it is in linen. Looks great, doesn't it? Lovely with those princess seams and pockets. And there's our one, which is really lovely and smart. We've also got some denims today, and we've got some of the, what sort of fabric do we call this?
It's, I have a feel.
It's called Jacob Coates fabric. It's like a tapestry.
Yeah.
Tapestry.
It's like a
canvasy.
Yeah. Not so much canvasy. It's got almost like a denim feel to it. It's really nice.
These are lovely. Hi, Rebecca.
Hello.
Sorry.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right, my lovely. How are you?
I'm really good. I love this. You love working with Jane's patterns,
I do.
don't you?
I do. Yeah, I am. I'm a huge fan of Jane's pattern.
Well, haven't you both sort of lived like weirdly parallel lives as well?
Sort of. We both went to London College of Fashion.
Right.
I studied theatre, and Jane studied. Jane, you put me right on this. She did construction, I think, and a lot of pattern cutting and things like that.
But you would have been there around the same sort of time, different times?
Or were we? No, I think slightly different time. I think I'm older than Jane. So I think I was there a little bit earlier than her. Or were we? I can't remember. We might have been. But but she went into the fashion industry. Obviously, she worked for Zandra Rhodes.
Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and obviously I went into the theatre side.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, I love it. So this is the fabric that Rebecca made. How did you find this pattern? Because you've not done this waistcoat.
No, I've not done this before. No, it's lovely. It's lovely. It's a lovely pattern.
We'll have to talk about pattern matching.
Yes.
Because obviously working with a fabric like this,
it's just
especially at the front.
Yes, at the front, and I think centre back is quite nice to have that matched up if you can.
Now, 1.5 meters, this is enough to be able to do the larger size. You might have to do a bit of jiggery-pokery in your pattern matching.
So I was
if you're doing the 30.
saying to you this morning, wasn't
yeah,
I?
You made it in a 30.
I did it in a 30, and I don't have a stand at home.
Yeah.
And I didn't think it did the waistcoat justice.
Yeah.
Me padding it up.
Yeah.
So I reduced it down to, because I didn't want to take a photograph of it and people think, oh dear, it needs to be on the right size
mannequin.
Yes, it does really.
It looks amazing. But that's the great thing about making your own waistcoat. I think that it's a garment that is notoriously difficult to find something that fits you well.
Yeah. And I think people look at it and think that's really difficult because it's all lined. Yeah. So there's nothing, there's no seams on show. It's all tucked in. But it's.
Is it difficult?
No, it really isn't.
Okay.
It really isn't.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Right. Especially when you've got your video tutorial. Do you find that they help?
Jane, that's really good. I mean, I go to those as well sometimes.
Oh, right. So it's not just for beginners.
No. Because I like to see how she's done it and what she's. The way that she's tackled it, because it's her pattern.
Okay.
And obviously when I'm coming on here, I want to do it justice, and I want to be able to get it across like she does. So, but I think it's a good thing to do anyway, is to watch other people and just because you pick up. We're always learning. Yeah. Always. Constantly.
So 1.5 meters, this is 70% wool, 30% polyester. It's your tweed fabric bundle. Only £32.97. I think that is a really good price for your wool mix. And it does look incredibly smart. I think it's going to be lovely for lots of projects, though. It's not very often that we get this fabric in. We got it in especially for the waistcoat, so definitely grab these bundles whilst you've got them. I'm even thinking, for smaller projects, for bag makers, for if you're making like a shacket design, or if you want to use it for trousers, absolutely. Yeah. You could make a full suit then, couldn't you? £32.97. Remember, that is 1.5 meters that's already been cut, though. Just obviously remember that. This is £32.97, and that's for your tweed fabric that the waistcoat's already made up of. This is the one that you said, oh, I'd love to see it in this.
Yeah, I would.
This would look really cool. This will give you a bit more, it will look completely different, actually.
This has got festival vibes for me.
Festival, bohemian, cool, yeah. Love it. Boho chic.
Yeah, nice wide leg trouser, which is very, I mean, waistcoats are so in, aren't they? They really are.
Oh, well, you could wear this with like harem-style pants, like really lightweight, cool.
Shorts. I mean, anything really.
Shorts, yeah.
That's the beauty of a waistcoat. A waistcoat just looks great with anything, really.
Anyone go to Glastonbury?
Yeah.
Well, obviously Bex Reed is going. Anyone else going?
Can't you see her?
Yeah.
I can definitely see Rebecca in those.
Remember, this is going to be plenty enough to be able to do the largest size, which is a size 30, from size 6 to 30. We've got loads of these in. I'm hoping we've got enough to go around. If you want to make a bag to go with it, that would look so cool. £16.99.
So good.
£16.99. Is that price right, Kerry? Gosh, that's so good, isn't it? £16.99. Oh, yeah. Do you know, this is where you benefit today from Kerry, who isn't normally down here. She's normally up in the office. She's like, yeah, this is a Kerry special. This is a scheduler special. Because you have manager specials, don't you? But you don't get to do scheduler specials. So this is the scheduler specials. Just £16.99. It also comes in a different colourway as well. I love this one. This is really nice. This one, you've got more of your tans and oranges and reds. You've got a turquoise stripe running through this one. Do I need to think about pattern matching with a stripe like this?
I would pattern match your centre front.
Okay.
So pattern match this bit down here. This is just me. If you're not bothered, don't worry about it.
But you think actually, because there's obviously the side seams, but you would focus on that centre.
I would centre, on there, and then probably I would also do my centre back as well. I would make sure that was I mean, those are all pattern matched in there. It's a bit more.
Oh, Rebecca, that is amazing.
Bit more difficult to pattern match round here on that princess line. But I mean, you can play around with it and see where you can, you know, with the pockets, I've turned it the other way round.
Oh yeah.
And so there's a bit more. There's a bit of interest there on the pockets. But yeah.
Brilliant. That's your Jacob's coat, multi-bright fabric. And obviously, you're going to line this as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
So we've got some lining fabrics as well, which we'll talk about in just a moment. And then also denim. Another different look. This is what I love about dressmaking, is that you can have one pattern. Every single one of these waistcoats is going to give it a completely different feel. Warning on the embossed denim. They always come in and they disappear. And whenever we have any sort of dressmaking or fabric shows, we always search to see if there's any in stock, and they never have the printed denims or the embossed denims because they sell out during the shows. This is brilliant. You've got value for money galore, $16.99, and that is for 1.5 meters. So loads of fabric if you're making your waistcoat today. You're going to see it, in fact, in the embossed denim demonstrated with Rebecca. Grab these whilst you can. They are just $16.99 for a whole 1.5 meters. And it's lovely. It's
really nice.
Is the one that you would suggest anybody who is newer to sewing, do you not need to worry so much about pattern matching?
Yeah, this. And because it's a lovely weight.
Does it have a stretch to it?
Yeah, it's got a bit of a stretch to it.
Yeah.
But it handles nicely, you know. So yeah. So if you're a bit worried about pattern matching, then yeah, definitely go for the denim.
Sorry, I'm upside down, but there you go. £16.99 for your fabrics. Very, very, very busy hour this hour again. Anybody who's got their pattern, get yourself some lovely fabrics, the embossed denims. They're fabulous value for money. Let's do the other floral. That one looks the same to me. I've got a rose. There's the rose. What was the difference between the other one? Is that a different one to this one? Okay. I think that one's got slightly more flowers. They're very similar, aren't they? There's the rose, by the way, anyway. You can see the difference with the rose. $16.99. What colour lining would you go with? Maybe a grey?
Yeah, or
red.
Red.
Yes.
That's the beauty of it. You can do what you like.
Fabulous. £16.99 for 1.5 meters. In fact, in the next hour, we've got some lovely cotton lawns. You could line some of them in cotton lawn.
Yeah.
$16.99, that's with your rose. And then, I'm presuming then this is the forget-me-not. Have you got a code? I don't know. I think your code is different to mine because it's a bundle or an individual. I'm not sure whether I've got the individual one code, but right. They look very, very similar to me, but £16.99. Look, that's the other one. It's the same fabric, isn't it?
I think it, yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Right, yeah, I think it's just got two different item codes. Anyway, whichever one you're going for, they're both the same price. They're both 1.5 meters, and they're beautiful quality and very, very affordable. Back to the pattern though. Oh, in fact, actually, sorry, let's just whiz through these linings. So we've got lots of different colours, all in metre bundles, I believe, Rebecca?
Yes.
Yeah. Metre's going to be plenty enough to be able to line whatever size you want to make. This is black. There you go, you can see the lining on the image here. And I was just looking.
Put that on
all
there,
of your raw edges, oh nice.
Yeah.
All of your raw edges are all sort of concealed. Is it?
Yes.
All
concealed.
Concealed?
You don't see any.
Fabulous. And there's no binding around the sleeves or anything?
Nope.
Oh, I'm excited to see how you do that.
Yeah, no, it's all a trick.
Only £2.98 again, something else that always flies out if you're doing any of your linings is worth stocking up on your stash for £2.98. We also have your cream. Do you feel that if you are putting a lining, especially a lining fabric like this, it goes on a bit easier, it's comfortable to wear?
Oh, yeah. The quality is key, really. Yeah, it's much easier to handle.
Less than £3 for your bundle. Sussex seamstress. I think I was at the London College in 1990, she said. So
we
long
were
ago.
there at the same time.
Yeah, I remember this, thinking that you were both going in together.
90 to 92, so we would have both been there. Yeah, so we would have passed each other, we would have been in the canteen together. How strange, yeah.
I know. 1990, yeah. They're saying,
Stop it, you're going to tell me how old you were now.
I was
born.
No, I was born in 91.
Okay. No.
When you were in the canteen, we were all puppers.
Well, not even born. Oh, dear.
Here's your tan or camel, this one's called. Metre bundle of your lining fabric. This will look nice with the tweed.
It will. I still can't go. Sorry, I'm in shock.
I'm
in shock.
Jay's 96.
Wow.
She was born in 96. Jay, how old are you then? How old does that make you? 20... 27. Oh. Charlie's only 24. He is. He's 24. Yeah, he's just got engaged. He's very grown up. Oh. Very grown up, 24-year-old. Right, let's do red and then grey. If you're unsure about buttons, buttonholes, you could always use ties into the centre front seam.
Yes, yeah. Or if you don't want to do a buttonhole, sew your button onto this side and popper it underneath.
Good idea.
So you can do that as well. But buttonholes now, on
really
most
easy.
Machines, they're a dream on. I mean, I've got this. They're a dream on this machine.
And I mean, lots of machines. Is that the Brother you've got
yes,
there?
Yeah.
That's got a lot of buttonholes on there as well to choose from.
It's got loads.
Yeah.
But they really are. You know, put your foot down. Really, you can lift your hands up because the foot and the machine are doing all the work. So.
What would have been your alternative before that?
Hand.
Right.
I do like a hand sewn buttonhole, but obviously that takes a lot of time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, most modern machines now, they've got an array of buttonholes, haven't they, to choose from, so brilliant. But I do like the idea of having one with nice sort of ties as well. Is this
ties down the front?
Yeah,
ties down the front would be absolutely fine.
And then finally we've got the grey. We are going to move on onto the demo in just a second, so if you've got any questions, Sussex Seamstress, Jane, is also watching by the looks of things, so yeah, get your messages in. Good morning, Jane.
Morning, Jane.
We love your patterns. We've got 2 of your patterns today, in fact, actually. Yeah. Just £2.98 for your linings. Right, so what elements are you going to focus on?
So let me just show you. So when you put it all together, obviously you can see I've put a piece up here. So on your front side piece here, this is where your little pocket goes. So your fabric, so you double that over. It's on the pattern, so it's all there for you. And you just double that over and fit it into place. And just stitch it within your seam allowance so that it's attached there. It's not going to move whilst you're attaching it to your centre front panel. So I've done one of those. And then let me show you the lining. So the lining inside, so you're cutting out 4 of your centre front panels. So if I open up on here, then you can see.
Derek's asked, good morning, Vicky, was wondering if this is a unisex waistcoat pattern.
I don't think it is because you've got this bust seam.
Yeah.
So you would if you're confident at changing a pattern, you can change that.
Okay.
If you're confident at doing it, You could reduce this, but obviously you don't. If you're a man, you don't want that.
Yeah.
You don't want that going over. So that's the inside. So you've got the same fabric to face the inside.
Lovely.
I mean, it's lovely because if you're not buttoning it up, and so that it's nice for that as well. But also, if you're doing your buttonholes and for your buttons, it's a bit more secure.
Okay.
Gives you a bit more security there. So your lining, so you've got your 2 centre front pieces, and then the rest of it is in your lining fabric, and you're going to put all of that together, but you're going to leave your side seams open, because this is where the trick comes in, that we pull it all through. So put all that together and leave to one side, and then your centre front and your side front seams, panels, iron-on interface on them. Again, it's to give it that little bit of structure, to hold that shape, and also for you in preparation for your buttonholes. But it just gives it a really nice fit if you've got that iron-on over the top. So it's just your centre front and your side front panels. That's is your iron-on interfacing. So I've stitched that one on. I'm just going to stitch this one on. So just pin. So you've got a centimetre seam allowance. So I'm just going to anchor it at the top and the bottom, and then I'm just going to put my pins in.
So the lady that messaged in about the Jacobs fabric, it's 100% cotton. It is a really lovely,
lovely, isn't
fabric.
it?
Really,
it's
really
really
nice.
nice.
It's ever so popular when we do the Tallulah jacket as well, Hayley West pattern that's always sells out there, and it's lovely.
Yeah.
But imagine, having your waistcoat, then a jacket over the top.
Yeah.
As well.
Nice in shorts.
Oh, yes.
That'd be a nice pair of shorts.
Glastonbury waistcoat and shorts, Pauline.
Yeah, definitely.
They're really affordable as well, these bundles. Really affordable.
Festival in your garden as well. Watch Glastonbury in your garden.
Oh, absolutely.
But so you haven't got to have all the inconvenience of a tent.
In the mud.
Yes.
Oh, we've got the twins' first birthday on Friday, Rebecca. So we're having a party on Saturday in the garden.
How exciting.
We'll keep looking at the weather app like, no, it's going to rain. Or then it's not. And then, look, last night it looks cloudy, but I've been messaging everyone on Facebook. Does anyone have a gazebo?
Oh, I saw you.
Oh, did you?
That. Yeah, I saw you'd put that. Unfortunately, I don't have one. Otherwise, you would, be very welcome to it if I had.
We can't tell people, you can't come anymore. We can't fit you all in the kitchen. We're relying on it, everyone in the garden.
Oh, one.
Fine. I know.
Happen. Oh, it goes so quickly. Bless them. Are they aware of birthday?
No.
It'll just be
Not at all. They're so they're hilarious though. They are really, really funny. Now, Bella started walking, and Bella's my little one. So she was a little 5-pound baby. I know. She's doing a little, walking, she's like staggering to the bike. It's really
I
funny.
know, but still.
Oh, I know. And Tilly is climbing everywhere. They can climb up onto the sofa on their own. It's full on.
Yes. Oh, well, and you've got
The
to have
three
eyes
of them all.
everywhere with two, haven't you? It's hard enough with one, as you know. Oh, now the fun starts.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's so lovely. Cuties.
So having that princess seam, though, I think that is really flattering as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, no, it's lovely. It's what you really need that in a waistcoat, because it is, it is a structured garment. A waistcoat is, it's traditionally a suiting garment.
Now you're using a ham.
Now I'm using a ham because I'm going to be. Can you see? Because obviously this is not a flat seam. The ham is fantastic because it will shape. It allows you to press that flat on that shape. It just gives you a bit of control. I will move that iron. I know it's in the way. Let me just. So I I'm using a pressing cloth as well, especially because these 2 panels have got the iron-on interfacing on, and you want a nice hot iron to get that lovely crisp seam flat. But if you put the iron directly onto these 2 panels, you'll lift your iron-on interfacing off as well, and it'll go onto your iron.
Right, yeah.
Which is not what you want to do. Not what you want to do. It's a lot of work trying to get that clean. So I'm just moving that to the shape of, you can see that there, just moving it, finding the right position on the ham to just get that seam pressed nicely.
We have got that tailor's ham. It's just £11.99. You often use this, actually,
I
Rebecca,
use it
don't
all
you?
the time. I do. I'd be lost without mine.
Yeah.
I really would. Yeah. Any darts really, because you know the nature of a dart or a bust seam is to give shape, and they're not designed to be pressed flat, you know. So they really are your friend, and they're just so useful to have around. So there we go. So that's that one pressed, and we're going to put that to one side, and now I'm going to put the back pieces together. So you've got your centre back pieces and then 2 side back pieces. And actually the lovely thing about this fabric is you could have it that way.
Ah.
You don't have to have it that way.
Is there technically a right way or wrong way?
I mean, that I would say they would say is the wrong side.
Yeah.
But if you wanted a paler background with the darker flowers coming through,
or could you use that bit for the pocket?
You can you can change it up. You could use this for the inside if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, for that facing.
It was a bit so it was a bit different.
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, you can do that, of course.
Pattern is your main graphic, £16.99. Remember, you don't need to choose whether you want one that's sizes 6 to 14, then 14, 13. You can literally get all of the sizes within one pattern. So you'll be making for everyone, won't you?
Yeah. Well, that's that is the great thing about it. I'm pretty sure you make this for yourself and you wear it, and everyone's going to be saying, where did that waistcoat from? Because, like I said, they are so in at the moment.
Oh, they are.
And they're expensive.
Yeah.
You know, you can spend a lot.
Especially one that fits well.
Yeah.
You know, it's really difficult to get a good one that is going to fit well. They look really, really smart, but you want to be able to do your buttons up without it bulging open or not quite comfortable. You want to feel comfy as well.
And that's the great thing about making it yourself, because you can tailor it.
Yeah.
So if you're between sizes, you can you can blend those sizes together. If you're going to do that, do a toile.
Okay.
If any changes at all that you need to make it up in a toile first. Just make sure it fits before you cut it out in your main fabric.
We've got the big bolt of calico on the show later on.
Oh, that's a must, really. That is a must. In fact, I've made a pair of shorts for my sister, and I've done the pattern, but I've made them in calico, right? Obviously a toile, just to make sure that they fitted. And she said to me, "But I like these. I like it in the calico." And I said to her, "Well, you can't have them because they're all like, I haven't done the edges, haven't overlocked, haven't done." So she said, "But I really like them."
Yeah, you end up really liking your toile.
So I said, "Oh, okay. Well, I will have to basically undo them, and do all my overlocking, and then." Yeah.
And has your daughter had a prom yet?
No.
No. Is that
no?
Am I wrong?
No, my youngest she's got another year to go for prom.
Oh, who was it that was wearing the nice red dress?
Red?
No.
No, my daughter, last time I was here, my eldest was going to her uni ball.
Right, that was
and I'd made her a dress.
Yes, that was it. Was it not red?
So no, it wasn't red. It was quite a pale blue.
Yeah.
I don't think I posted it. She wouldn't like me to do that, so I didn't.
But you made her the dress.
But I made it. Yes, I made her the dress because it was an Oscar.
That was it.
Oscar night
I knew
theme.
it was a big special.
So
dress.
so we went all out. It was very
wow.
Yeah, it was very evening-y. So yes, no, that went really well. Yeah, she loved it. And but everybody kept coming up and going, "Oh my gosh, where'd you get your dress from?"
That's the best thing, isn't it? That dressmaking.
Like, well. Yeah, but it is nice because you can do that, you know. I made her prom dress.
Yeah.
And my youngest, who is, she's got another year at school, and then she'll have her prom. So she's already saying to me now, I want this, and I'd like this. I'm like, right, okay, that's absolutely fine. Not a problem. We can do that. But yes, it is nice to be able to do things for people. It's a bit extra special, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We've got a message from Sally. Would it be easy to lengthen the waistcoat? Loving the denim fabric.
Yeah, you can. Yes. The thing to watch out for is, so if you're going to go over your hips, measure your hips, and then always follow the line of the pattern. So, if you're going to take that any lower, you really need your hip measurement. Otherwise, when you're not going to be able to do it up.
Okay.
So, just be mindful of that.
It does have the hip measurements on here, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it does come to the hip, I'm presuming.
It's on above the hip? I would say that's the sort of the coming over onto the top hip.
Yeah.
But yeah, measure your hips at the fullest, or check it in the booklet.
Yeah.
And just make sure.
Because your hip isn't where you think your hips.
No.
Well, in dressmaking, it's a bit different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Your hips, your bony bit, that you feel your hips. That's not what you need to measure. You need to measure the widest part.
Yeah. So your hip, your full hip, is about sort of between 8 and 9 inches down from your waist at the side.
Right.
So if you measure yourself down and measure from there. It's basically it's across the widest part of your bottom.
Okay.
And across your hips. Yeah.
Because it's got here your bust measurement, your waist measurement.
Yeah.
Where is your waist?
So I
can't find mine.
No. So your waist is higher than you think.
Okay.
So if you, a friend of mine said it really well. Usually, if you say to people, put your hands on your waist, you usually find your waist. But the trouble is now when we buy things, we have them. They're usually on our top hip, rather than on our waist.
Right.
There's not a lot of garments that are made that sit on your natural waist anymore. And then the other thing to do is to get a piece of elastic and tie it round you, and that will naturally find your waist.
Right. Yeah. And where's your nape?
Your nape
Sorry,
is...
I'm just...
No. So your nape is at the front. Your front nape is here. In the little dip in the front. That's your front nape. And your back nape is basically at the back, where your back meets your neck.
Yeah.
That's your back nape.
So if I'm measuring my nape to hem, that's from here to the base.
Does she say front?
Just hem. Nape to hem.
Okay. I don't know.
There's
it
the chart.
Depends because that would be a different measurement.
Okay.
Front to back. I'm presuming she means the front.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jane, are you watching?
Jane, yeah.
Do you mean the front nape or the back nape?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But that's where you're measuring from.
Right.
That's your nape.
Thank you.
That's okay. No, well, there are all these terms, aren't they? And if you're new to sewing, you're not necessarily going to know what your nape is or where it is. So it's good to, it's good to double check these things.
Yes, it is. The message come in just asking about the lining. Yes, it is lined, fully lined, but it's a really, really great method in which it's lined. So you don't have any raw edges.
No.
It's no bias binding to do around the sleeves or anything. It's all enclosed.
It's all enclosed. Right, so let me just very quickly press. Don't need that ham for this one. So let me just very quickly press down these seams.
Way over half the stock of the pattern has gone, and loads of these in baskets. Oh, it's a must, isn't it? This is one of those that I think is going to be a bit of a staple part of your dressmaking stash.
Yeah.
We all love having, you know, lots of dresses, different tops, but having one good waistcoat pattern is all you're going to need. You only need one waistcoat pattern.
Oh,
don't
yeah,
you?
Definitely. Yeah. Definitely.
Because it's lovely pattern paper, I'd keep it all intact, even if I know lots of you who cut just straight into your size. Keep it intact, and you can fold down, can't you, to your size?
Yeah, I'm going to show you because that's exactly what I do.
Right, do you?
Because, which is something that you can do when you've got such good quality pattern paper.
Yeah.
So I cut out, as you can see.
Oh, yeah, brilliant.
I cut out the 30, so I cut it out the biggest size. And then and I know, obviously, you do have to slash into it in order to get the nice clean line. But all I've got to do then is go in, if I've chosen another, and I just fold that then onto the size that I want, and just carry on round. But it just means you haven't limited yourself. You can, because I'm sure, like I said, you'll not only be making it for yourself, you'll probably be making it for lots of other people.
And we change in shapes and sizes, don't we?
Yeah, exactly. Well, and that's the other thing. You might make it one year in one size, but you may need to change that size slightly.
Yeah.
But if you've kept all the sizes, then you can just use the ones that you need. You just fold down the ones that you need. I'm just.
Can you turn the aircon off for a bit, please? Are you cold? Are you okay?
No, I'm okay. I was really cold this morning. I put some leggings on under my dress. Because I decided on this dress.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh, that's a bit chilly. It's gone really chilly, hasn't it?
Oh, it's just so bizarre. It's just so bizarre. Yeah. I went out with my friends on Saturday with the kids, and half of us were in, jumpers with jackets, and then some people come in shorts and like little string vest tops. I'm like, we just don't know what to wear. I'm still wearing my flip-flops. I'm refusing to put any other shoes on, even if it's raining.
It's difficult because then sometimes the day will change. So if it starts off nice, or if it starts off horrible, you then end up with it lovely, and then you're sweltering, aren't you? I know.
Yeah, I'm cold in here today, though.
Typical English weather. Right, so you've got your back and you've got your fronts. So now we're going to join them together at the shoulders, and we're going to leave those side seams again. So which feels a bit odd, but that's where you're going to do all the pulling through and attaching of the lining. So you basically, once we've done this, all we're going to do is sandwich it all together, really. And then you'll see then that all of those raw edges will be tucked away. So I haven't overlocked on this, but you can if you want to. I do usually overlock all my edges. Let me do this, and then I'll show you this overlocker that's here.
Oh, we got some great deals today.
I mean...
Overlocking deals. We'll talk more about them probably at 12, but as Rebecca is here, you are our overlocker queen.
Oh, I love it.
Well, you always just say, if you can, if you know that this is something you are going to do, get one from the start.
You'd never regret it. Never regret it. It's so useful, and it's not just for, you know, tidying the ends up to make sure that they don't fray. It's not just for that. It's, you know, for jersey, for, there's just, yeah, it's endless, really, as to what you can do. And just so quick.
Yeah.
Sit and whiz everything, you know, up on your overlocker. So
Well, when
quick.
you're making your garments, you want them to last, don't you? You want them to be able to throw them in the wash and wear them and enjoy them for years to come. The whole thing of making your own clothes, one, I think is great for the world, you know, being a bit more sustainable and thinking about your capsule wardrobe and, you know, not... We're all aware of fast fashion now, of avoiding, you know, the whole buying and getting rid of things so quickly. So,
and we've also, I think, I mean, I'm guilty of it. I've got a wardrobe full of stuff that I've hung on to because I just think, oh yeah, I will wear that. I will wear that.
Yeah.
And then you end up you don't wear that.
Yeah.
And actually, if I just made all of the stuff that
you are going to wear,
then I would have like a nice easy wardrobe.
So having an overlocker means that they are probably going to last the test of time.
They
more
will.
so than if
because this is what, so whatever you buy in the shop, let me move that out of the way.
The overlocker that we're going to be looking at, by the way, is the Elna. Is it the 664 Pro? 664?
Can't see a number on it. Oh, what have I just pressed? Sorry, it's like... Let me just... There we go. Move that out the way.
Okay.
And then, right, let's plug this one in.
And a lot of people, I think, the fear is the threading of them, Rebecca.
Yes. Well,
any tips?
Nothing to fear, really.
664 Pro.
So, yeah, I mean, it
takes a bit of practice.
It does, but there's a guide of how to thread it, and there's what I tend to do is I tie off and then slowly pull them through.
Good idea.
I can't actually remember the last time I had to thread mine.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because
if you want to change one, put a new spool on, tie it to the old one, and carefully pull it through.
Very gently pull it through. So don't don't put your foot down and allow it to go through, because that's when that little knot will catch.
Okay.
And it'll usually be on the two that are underneath.
Right.
But I mean, the thing is to just keep having a go, really, at changing them.
Yeah. And also a lot of reasons, and again, just from personal experience of people who are a bit scared of them, is the blade. That's completely concealed, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the foot comes out. The blade. This is the blade here. I don't know if you can see. That's the blade. The blade is there.
Yeah.
And the foot is in front of it. So I can't get my finger anywhere near that blade.
No.
And they're designed like that because you don't want to be chopping the ends of your finger off or anything. So I'm chopping some off here. And that's the beauty of it. But
are you running your foot along your stitches, so you're not going to be cutting too much off?
No. So I'm just going to slowly go round a bit of a corner here to show you that you can go round. So if I was doing the princess scene, you can go round it like so. So you get that. You can go around your patterns. Yeah. And then the other thing is, obviously, with your any of the patterns that we do on here, you don't want to cut anything off. You don't want to be doing that. So you get used to just putting your fabric under I keep going to. It's like mine's at home. Mine lifts this side. So I'm just putting it next to the blade, but I don't want to cut anything. So I'm just going to go.
So you don't have to
next to it. So you don't have to. You don't have to cut anything.
Right.
And that is just practice. And you know, like with any machine that you get, you wouldn't expect to start doing your actual work straight away. You know, sit down and have a play with it. And I honestly I don't think anybody would ever regret an overlocker.
Yeah, because like you said, this isn't just finishing or neutering or stopping it from fraying. This is constructing on jersey, leggings, swimwear, underwear, anything that you think has got that stretch to it.
Yeah, because that's the beauty of it. That's why you've got the 4 threads.
Right. Because
the way that it stitches, let me put it on that side, it might be a bit easier to see. The way that it stitches is allowing the fabric to move.
Yeah.
Not massively, doesn't allow it to move massively, but when you're using it for jersey or lycra, that's when it really, you know, that you'll realise that you can, you know, pull those things on, because if you did it just on a machine, that you may pull it and then it snaps.
Stitches.
Yeah. But it's all. But I mean, they're fab. I love them.
Thank you.
They're very good.
We're going to be talking more about those in the 12 o'clock show, but this one is on offer at the moment. Did you say that you're going to do a discount on it, or with a bundle, Kerry? Discount on it. Oh, go for it now. For anybody that's thinking about it, we'll talk about it more at 12, but if you do want the 664 Pro, then it will be discounted. Don't worry, we can do it in Rebecca's next show.
Sorry, I'm just sorting myself out. I'll tell you what my overlocker hasn't got, that's got, is the little thing on the front.
Oh, the tray. Oh, because it catches all your threads, all your cuttings, everything.
Your threads.
I mean,
it's marvellous.
That one, by the way, is less than £600. It's £559, which makes it just £111.80 on split pay, which I know that we talk a lot about, you know, big investments for overlockers. There it is. That's what it looks like. This one, being the Pro, it does come with that little dish as well in front to be able to catch all of your.
And honestly, don't underestimate that little dish, because I sit and it
covers
it's
you.
all falling in my lap. And I think, just covered. Honestly, it's a tiny thing, but it just think, wow. That's just amazing.
Do you know what, Rebecca? Just because you're here today and we're going that extra mile, we're taking it way lower than expected. Not just 559, 479.
Wow.
And that is your Pro as well. 5-way split pay is still on. It makes it just £95. £95 on split pay.
That's so good. That's such a good price for an overlocker.
There's people who message in saying, who is it, Jean, saying that June uses it for quilts as well. I know that's not traditionally what you would use it for, but it's going to make your seam super strong. I remember one of the ladies who used to message in used to make dog beds, patchwork dog beds, because if they're like, you know, a dog's going to be in the bed, you've got to make sure that your seams are really, really strong. So use an overlocker for that. If you've watched Sewing Bee this year, a lot of people I know have been inspired.
Yes, I've been watching it.
Have you?
I've been watching it. Yeah, I like to keep an eye on what's going on.
Impressed?
I thought, there were some really good sewers in there, and I can't remember anybody's name, of course. But because they did, what was it they did last week? The made to measure was like a sort of Hollywood glamour, wasn't it?
Right.
And I can't remember her name, but she did a fabulous pair of trousers with the most wonderful pleating.
Lovely.
Very, very good. It was very, very good. So what I'm doing now, just to show you, so I've got my waistcoat, the outer part of the waistcoat. I've got that facing up, and then I'm putting the lining on the top. So we're going to sandwich it. So we've got right sides together. And I'm pinning all the way round but I'm leaving my side seams open. So you're just going to go all the way around. And just get all those seams lining up.
Hello, Trudy. She said, good morning, Vicky, Rebecca and team. Can you shorten the pattern for tiny people under 5 foot?
Can you? Yes. So on the pattern, there is...
I have that problem as well, Trudy.
Yeah, you've got your line. It's on every pattern piece. So you've got your lengthen and shorten. So this is the best place to do it at this point. So you can just you know. So you've got the right height there for you. But that's on every pattern piece. But again, if you're going to do that, try it out first. Do yourself a toile to make sure that you've got it all in the right place.
And she's also asked, are you going to Festival of Quilts this year, Rebecca?
I hopefully, yeah, I hopefully will be. Yeah, I really enjoyed it last year. It's the first time I'd gone.
It's really good, isn't it?
Yeah, it was wonderful. Yeah, it was really wonderful. It was great, and it was great to see everybody.
Yeah.
Because I'd never met Jenny Jackson or Lisa Lamb.
Oh, okay.
But I got to meet them there.
Yeah,
which was really nice. Yeah, it was lovely. Yeah, very nice. Took my mum with me. So she had a cuddle with John.
Oh, brilliant.
A cuddle with John and a cuddle with Stuart. So that was her day made. That was worth the getting in, that was, just so she could see them. It was lovely. Will you be able to go?
Hopefully, yeah. It's in August, isn't it? No, I wasn't there last year, but yeah, I'm
new babies.
Hopefully, yeah.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I think I went the year before, and I took Maisie with me.
Did you?
Yeah. So maybe I'll bring the twins. They can run around.
There's lots to see, though.
There is. There's lots to do, isn't there?
Yeah,
or,
loads.
Maybe I'll leave the twins to Kira and I'll bring Maisie again because she'd like to do some of the little projects now. Maybe.
Oh, would she?
Yeah. Oh, she's super crafty.
Oh,
already.
That's good. That's good. Start them when they're young.
Yeah.
No. So is she at school now?
Oh no, not until next September. She's just 3, but she's a very advanced 3, Rebecca. She's very, very clever. Very clever. She knows too much. Too much.
Yeah, but that is girls as well. Yeah.
So things that she says to me, I'm like, how do you know that, Maisie? Yeah. She knows the way to everywhere in the car. She's like, you go the wrong way. And I'm like, yes, I am. You're right. How do you know that? By the way, if you've got the Overlocker in your basket, I can see over 5 of you who have already gone, yeah, do you know what? I'm having it. And there's a lot in baskets. The deal on it today is only for today, and you are saving. How much is that? That is amazing saving. I think, is it £50, £60 off? That is such a huge saving.
Good.
5-way split pay, £479, £80 off.
Wow.
£80 off for today only.
It's Elna as well, isn't it?
It is. So that means you get your 2-year warranty.
Yeah.
You have split pay on it as well. You know that it's a very reputable brand.
Yeah.
There's plenty of tutorials online. You've got included with it as well your little tray dish. I know that's not on the picture, but you will get that little dish on the front. And there's more than one stitch of this as well. You can use it with 3 threads and 2 threads, can't you, to do little roll hems?
So I was going to say there'll be a roll hem. On there.
So just doing, like really lovely lightweight scarves and things like that.
Yes, yeah.
Really
you can
beautiful.
just, yeah. And it, it's good for if you're doing any sort of lightweight dresses or anything, and you don't want to put a traditional hem on. Mm-hmm. Then you can do it by that.
Oh yeah, look, there you go. It says instant roll hem device included. Tilting needle clamp, you've got the built-in program reference panel as well, automatic tension release. It's a really, really good overlocker for under £500. Do a little bit of a shop around as well and have a look, because it is a top quality machine, and normally Elna overlockers, you are generally looking closer to the £1,000 mark, if not higher.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
I've seen actually more basic machines, different brands, but more being over the £1,000 mark. You get a lot with this machine.
Yeah.
There's your different programs and different stitches. 10 different stitches, all for £479. Have a serious think about it, but don't wait too long, because that price, we've been given a certain amount of machines that we're allowed to do it with. So,
yeah. Right, just so I know, because I know we're coming up to time. So let me just very quickly. So if you you whiz round all of your waistcoat, leave your side seams, pull that all through, and then with the side seams open, you then put your side seams together in your fabric, your outer. So do both of those side seams together. So then you end up with the whole of the outer completely together, and you stitch just a tiny bit onto your lining, because you need that to pull it all through.
Right.
And then all you do is slip stitch that down on the side seam.
Right.
You just slip stitch it down by hand, which is what I've done there.
Oh, lovely.
And then everything's encased.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Everything's
so neat.
Yeah.
Such a great way of finishing
it. And it just all pulls through really nicely.
Really easy, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sorry I didn't get to that bit.
No, don't worry. There's all in the video tutorial as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, Jane does a video tutorial for all of her.
If you've got your
makes.
pattern, you can see here, look, on your second and third page, there is a huge QR code. Literally hold your phone up against that. It will take you straight to a YouTube link where you'll get a full video tutorial on YouTube, which is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? These are going to sell out. There is way more of you who've got this in your basket than we have availability, which we knew would happen. It happened first time round as well. As I said, I know that we've got a bit of a collection of patterns in our stash already, but this is going to be your go-to for a waistcoat pattern. You're only ever going to need one.
Yeah.
It's a great waistcoat pattern. Really good technique with that sort of... do they call it a burrito or just bagging out method?
It's bagging out. It's not so much a burrito, but it's bagging.
Yeah.
It's just you're bagging it out. Yeah,
brilliant.
So that, and you everything is just encased.
Lovely pockets which you can make a feature of. You've got those lovely buttons. Which
you don't have to put those on if you don't want to. You can leave those off. That's not if you don't want that feature on there. But yeah.
Right, there's a flurry of people just checking out. We'll leave you over the break to make the most of that pattern and your fabrics that are available. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Lovely dress coming up in an hour.
Yes, another Sussex seamstress.
Oh, it's really lovely. Another one that actually sold out, but it hasn't been on for about a year. So we've managed to get it back for you after popular demand. Stay where you are, though, because we have got pre-cuts galore. We've got patterns, we've got pre-cuts, we've got design rolls, we've got the calico bolt, we've got loads to bring you all coming out. Check out on your pattern, and we're back after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. This hour is amazing. So the team, Kerry, works behind the scenes in our scheduling department. So when she's let loose, there she is. Give us a wave. Woo! She want to do that. And Michael's here as well, who we don't get a chance to see either. So we're going rogue today, and Kerry has absolutely got access to all areas to stock, and she has jam-packed this hour. I'll mention as well, earlier on we started the day with an early bird, which is a mega early bird. We'll recap that this hour for anybody that missed it. But how amazing is this? You have got, sorry, let me move my water out of the way. A huge bolt of calico. So we sell this normally off the bolt. This is something that we would sell by the half metre, but as we were talking about toiles with Rebecca, we thought, perfect, let's show you the bolt. Now, you are making a massive saving for buying it on the bolt. It's £24.50 saving on this today, which makes it just £62.49 on split pay, or £124.99 if you want to get it all. That is 25 metres of calico. Is the quilter's pre-shrunk calico. So I know a lot of quilters that use this for cushions, for applique, for bags, for tote bags, for linings, for all sorts. But if you are going to use it as a dressmaker to make your toiles, if you're making adjustments to your waistcoat, lengthening, shortening, changing your bust darts, changing any of your patterns, then it's really good to make up a toile. And quite often, like Rebecca's sister, you like the toile and end up wearing the toile. And I love the look of calico. It almost has like that look of, you know, like a posh vanilla ice cream that's got all of the little vanilla bits in. Yes, really posh. It's like that, isn't it? It's just that lovely, natural, organic feel to it. It looks beautiful if you're working with any of your, for example, if you've got any pre-cuts and you want to do applique onto it, it looks brilliant. 25 metres of calico will last you for ages. For anybody who comes in and stocks up their stash with calico, this is for you, because now you can get the whole bolt and you're saving money. Can we do a bit of maths if you've got a calculator there? Go on. £4.99 a metre, so £2.50 a half metre. You absolutely cannot go wrong. Anybody who's got it in their basket, check out. I understand it's a bit more of a considered purchase, but also, oh my gosh, it's coming to you with that one postage and packaging of £3.95. That is so heavy. It is weighty. But if you were to take that to the post office and pop it on the scales, I tell you, it will not cost you £3.95 in postage, would you? So we've covered the cost of the postage and packaging. Even if you're getting yourself an overlocker today and a calico bolt, it's still not going to cost you any more on your postage, which is brilliant. I wanted to let you know that that is available. Oh, sorry about my microphone if it is playing up, all the signals going. We will leave that with you, but we have loads to show you this hour. Something I have just spotted on the desk. I mean, this needs no introduction. It is the New Mexico Quilt Bundle. So is this without the pattern? This is just your fabric collection, am I right? No, it's instructions as well. Okay, there you go. Right, there's less than 10 of these. We honestly, every single time we try to, every single time. Have you not seen this before? Michael Groves, this is amazing. This has been, without a doubt, one of the most popular quilts we have ever had. If you are one of the thousands of people that have bought this, we have done as many as we possibly can, which is a grand total of 9. If you want the 9 of these, you need to check out now, because as I said, every single time that we bring this to air, it sells in the hundreds. It's the most gorgeous colour palette anyway, but to be able to have a massive quilt and a cushion, all of your instructions and all your fabrics for less than £65 is amazing. Majority of our quilt kits will cost you way over £100. So I think for one, that is the reason why it was so popular. Have you got the instructions, Jay? The New Mexico quilt? They should, I don't know whether they came with the bundle, but you will get full instructions. And what is brilliant, oh yeah, that's it. Oh no, hang on. That's the cobblestone, but it might be on the back. Hang on, that's a few. You've got quite a few patterns there. If you pass me the, I'll recognise. No, that's not. No, none of those. There you go. So you can see on screen anyway that you get your huge quilt. I was just wondering the finished size of it. And you also get the cushion instructions as well. There are now less than 5 of these. If you've managed to get hold of it before, you're getting ½ a metre of all of your beautiful blues. Terracottas and oranges, you're getting your lovely navy and teal, and then you get 2½ metres of cream as well. Sorry about my microphone, I'll try and get that swapped in a moment. $64.99 for 7½ metres of fabric and your instructions. Do you want me to change my mic over now? Okay, just while you're checking out, I'm just going to swap my mic over, so it will go quiet for a second. Sorry about that. Just wanted to change my microphone on, so hopefully now I don't sound like a robot. Underwater robot. Oh, how cool. That's probably a better change to my Midland twang. Nothing wrong with my Brummie accent. Right, so there are literally 4 of those remaining. That is everything we can put together. The problem is we would have this in stock constantly if we could, but there are certain colours that are always out of stock that we struggle to restock. So if you want that original colourway, you do get your instructions included. I mean, they're £10 on their own anyway. So for all of that fabric, that is a brilliant price. And the end quilt looks amazing. And you've got the cushion instructions as well. So you know how to do that block if you want to do it in the future in different colours. But it's Stuart's instructions. I mean, he's done the block multiple times. It also comes with the foundation paper piecing instructions, which is those triangles around the edges. All of the papers that you need are included in that as well for £64.99. And if you haven't done foundation paper piecing before, can I draw your attention to a YouTube video that Stuart Hillard did years ago, and I keep trying to get the views up for him because it was about 10 years, 12 years ago. If you type in Stuart Hillard foundation paper piecing, you'll find it, and it's a great tutorial. But our young Stuart is demonstrating. We love him, love him, love him. He's going to kill me for saying that. He keeps saying, like, stop mentioning it, stop showing everybody this embarrassing video. I'm like, no, everyone's got to see it. Because it's actually really good. It's a really good video. It's filmed really well. And it helps us all with foundation paper piecing. Okay, that's your New Mexico. Yes, Jay, sorry to ask again. There's instructions that you just put back, the cobblestone instructions. Have we got them individually? Or is it a part of a bundle? The bottom one, that one, thank you. Right, so this was another amazing quilt which I launched with Stuart literally last week, and again over 500 of the patterns sold, hundreds and hundreds of the kits sold, and it's a different take on the log cabin. So this is the cobblestone block, which, as you can see with a traditional log cabin, you'd have a centre and then you would work round and round, whereas this is different to that, which Stuart goes through in your instructions. But do you want to see why this is absolutely crazy at £9.99? This is the quilt that Stuart made. But once you know how to do this block, he gives you cutting instructions for a 9-inch block, and then he also gives you instructions for different sized blocks as well. And then, depending on which way you lay it out, you can do 4 blocks together like this, full colour, so if you do light and darks, or if you do full colour, it's going to look like this. If you were to put them together in different orientations, you have, look, 9 different layout ideas. So it's the same block, but you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different ideas of quilt settings, and each of these has all got cutting instructions you see here. So you've got cutting instructions for 1 block, and then it's up to you about how you orientate them to create your quilt. But isn't it so clever? It is literally colour of fabrics that you're using and placement of the block, spinning the block around to be able to create all of these different ideas. This is using smaller piecing, which is brilliant for your scraps. He talks about picking out your fabrics, how to choose fabrics to go with other fabrics in your stash. So it is absolutely brilliant. He says, I love a log cabin and log cabin light blocks with a passion. Anything with a strong diagonal contrast give the most incredible setting possibilities. And my cobblestone cabin has this and more. It's a scrappy classic that looks wonderful in lots of different colour combos and fabulous in a plethora of scraps. So if you've got jelly rolls, if you've got 2.5-inch strips that you've cut, if you've got 10-inch squares, I think we did we do it with jelly rolls or did we do it with half meters? I can't remember. But here you've got the opportunity of doing all of these different quilt blocks with Stuart's knowledge, with Stuart's input, for an incredible price of £9.99. I think that is so good. Now, do you know the date that we actually did it? Because I'm saying, oh, it was last week sometime. I can't remember exactly when it was. But when we did it, Stuart did a whole demo of how to do the block. He talked through picking out fabrics. He talked through finishing your quilts. He talked through different layout options. So he goes through it during the show, which you can watch back on YouTube back on the 30th of May. You can watch that back. So it was a couple of weeks ago. One block, so many variations for £9.99. Thank you. Oh gosh, yeah, just to have Stuart's input and knowledge, it's brilliant. About £1 per layout diagram. Well, I said to Stuart, I'm not being funny, but you could have done a series. You kept bringing out instructions for each of them, and he says, yeah, that's not what I'm about. I want to make sure that I give everybody, you know, their bang for their buck. £9.99. Right, we have some mega bundles. And I mean mega bundles. Our warehouse hate us doing this. It isn't very often that we do these mega bundles because obviously they have to cut them all out. So I've got Macawa. Right, so the linen effect. 1 second. It's right at the front of the desk. Right, we've got the Macawa, which for me is like the original. I remember way back when I first started working in the craft world, and I was always told, if you get Macawa, you know that you've got fabulous quality fabric to be able to quilt with, to press, to stitch, to wash. They are beautiful. They are super, super soft. They're 100% cotton, quilty weight fabrics from Macawa. And with this, you've got this lovely linen texture. Now, please don't be confused by that name. It looks like it's a linen, but it's 100% cotton. So it is going to press beautifully, wash really well, be great for your stitching. If you don't want to use a solid colour, you want something with a bit more interest to the eye, then it's not texture to the touch, it's texture to the eye. Sorry, I'm going to put my microphone 1 second. Okay. You have got the biggest selection of colours here. I am very, very lucky, actually. In the town that I live, I've got a lovely quilter shop. It's called Quilter's Den in Warwick, and it's really, really lovely. If ever you get the chance to go there, they do lots of workshops, and they're brilliant. Excuse me. In fact, I went on my first quilting workshop there, and they were really lovely, and it was such a nice, you know, atmosphere and environment to be in. But what I was going to say is they don't have the warehouse facility that we do. So if you were looking, for example, for a gold or a teal or a green, they might have 1 or maybe 2 shades to choose from. Whereas because we have got the warehouse, I can't even fit it on the desk. Let me move this over. You can't get any wider on the camera. No. Look how much fabric you are getting. 12.5 metres. It's 25 different colours, saving £15. But you're getting a huge range of blues and greys and golds. And again, Stuart would be not happy with me not doing my lovely colour wheel on this. He'd be coming on and reorganising myself. Let me try and reorganise this. Look, so you're getting great selection of your blues, your lovely section of greys and greens and golds, your full linen. I think these are all the colours that we have with this linen texture in stock. There must be. We don't get to see them very often, and they are absolutely gorgeous quality. Oh, that is a stash builder, isn't it? If you're going to be using this all in a project, you know that they're all going to work. But if you are just dipping into these a little bit at a time, then you know you've got plenty here. That chartreuse colour, you've got that lovely sort of teals, you've then got your nice golds and creams, you've got your sort of mauves. Oh, there's purple hiding under that. There's your more mauves and purples. Tried to make it look a little. This is just for Stuart if he's watching. Jay, this is what you need to be doing. There you go. Right, so all of these colours, and you are saving £15. You've got it on split pay, which makes it just £67.37. And that's 2-way split pay, 0% interest. Get it home, though, and start making. I mean, they are absolutely beautiful. £15 saving to what our regular price if you were buying them by the half metre anyway. But they're all cut, ready to go. As I said, this is a bit of a nightmare for our warehouse because they have to physically get all the bolts, cut them all for us, and then we discount them anyway. So, yes, make the most of it. It's not very often that we get to do it. It's normally only like a manager special or a birthday event that we get to do it. I have a feeling that this might have been part of the manager special week, actually. 100% cotton, £134.75 with your split payments as well. There are less than 20 of those bundles remaining, so have a serious think about that. We also have the rainbow bundle available. So that's your linen texture, but we also have a solid bundle. Oh, are they? Right. Brilliant. This is going to be super affordable. £56.85, and you are getting all fat quarters this time. So this is what a fat quarter looks like. It is half of a half metre. And do you know what? We're going lower. We're going lower. As I said, I've got a feeling this might have been part of the manager special week, which I did not see. I was not there. So we might as well go to a lower price for you. There you go. £45.58. Thank you, Kerry. Kerry special deal. 30 different fat quarters, all of your solid colours. You've got your greens. I mean, this is a huge selection, isn't it? There's your greens. Teals, yellows, blues. Greys. I mean, this is a massive selection. If you've got any of our fat quarter books, there's so much you can do with fat quarters. I think we underestimate, you know, these sizes, that you can do full projects with a fat quarter. All of these beautiful rainbow colours. Wow, I'm not doing so well with this one, but sorry, I'm trying. Trying to do a speedy one. I'm getting in a right pickle. Blues, there's just too many colours. You've got different selections of browns and tans. They're all very useful, aren't they? Oh, we've got two of those ones, I think. Or is that slightly different? Look. Oh, it's slightly different. This is what's fabulous about our warehouse fertility, is that we have got the, you know, the storage to be able to have all of these different colours. So to see them in a huge rainbow wheel is lovely. Well, it would be lovely if they were in a... if I had done it in a rainbow wheel for you. There you go, there's a red, there's like a coral, another grey, natural seeded cotton, another purple, lots of toes and different hues of blues and greens and greys. There you go. £45.58. Another brilliant saving, £10 saving on what is already a fabulous price. Remember, these are our staple fabrics that we have in stock all of the time. So if you want your cafe to sing, if you want your designer fabrics to shine, and sometimes, I mean, let's just do, for example, if you're working with this, I'm going to pick a couple out. It's worth having in your stash a few different shades of fabrics like this, because say, right, this one, I'm instantly drawn to like my purples, but then you've got all the different shades of blue in there. If you want to draw on more of the greens, you can do that. Or let's have a look at this one. You've got the pinks that you could go with. You've got the greens you could go with. You've got the blues in here, the oranges, the black. So, I mean, having this rainbow bundle will mean that it makes your designer fabrics go a lot further. So when you are spending lots of money on your capes, your liberties, and you want them to stand out, pick out some of the complementing tones from your rainbow bundle. These are all fat quarters, so they are going to just blend in beautifully, but you still know that they're the same quality as your designer fabrics. You're not just using craft weight cotton. These are quilter's weight, beautiful quality, fat quarters, £45.58. Well done if you got that. There's still so much to show you. We're already halfway through the hour. Right, go on. Next, what should we do next? Lewis and Irene. Yes. This is the Dream range. Oh no, I can't reach. I've not seen this range before. Is this the latest one? Ah, lovely. Right, this is the latest Lewis and Irene range. And I must say, Lewis and Irene are absolutely brilliant at what they do. They design something always a little bit different. So once again, this is like your sort of blenders. But can you see, they're clouds. So if you're using this within your patchwork, they're all fat quarters again, 1/2 metre. So you can use this within your patchwork. But look at these gorgeous shades into the greys. Right, we're going lower on this as well. We're going low. We've got less than 20. Let's sell these out. If you do want brand new, these are really, really new into the company. We've only had them on it. Well, I've never even seen them before, so they're new to me. Could be new to you too. Only £64.90. Aren't they amazing? £15 off, like that. £15 saving. Right, what does that make our price per fat quarter? I'm trying to work out how many metres, because a fat quarter is 1/2 metres. So for every 2 of these, you've got 1/2 metre. So it's a lot of fabric there. When you've got 20 fat quarters, that's 10 half metres or 5 metres, if my maths in my head are right. It should be quite, yeah, it's quite straightforward, isn't it? 1/2 metre, so that's 10 half metres, which means 5 full metres. Oh my word, that full rainbow of fat quarters, £64.90. That is a great price. Cut in-house as well, so you're getting this lovely discount today. Yeah, you got all the different colours that you need. Once again, if you're working with your caves, it's going to go. If you're working with your tullers, it's going to go. If you're doing a plique, piecing, if you're doing bag making, Lewis and Irene fabrics is obviously going to work with. Any of Delphine's applique. Imagine using this for her appliques. Lewis and Irene Dreams Full Rainbow for £64.90. And they are all cut into fat quarters. Let me remind you, fat quarter, it's quite deceiving when you see them all folded up. But they are 1/2 metre, so you get a lot of fabric. And aren't they lovely, having the clouds in the background? I think it's details like that that make a difference when you're using it within your piecing as well. Even if they're cut into small pieces, it's not just going to look like a solid colour. It's still adding texture to the eye. They're really nice. I love that hot pink. Okay, we've got loads of those in baskets. Keep going through. Big saving. Remember, that is a £15 saving on that one. Emily Bell is one of the most popular Liberty prints that is reoccurring across lots of different designs. These are fat quarters, and you've got neutral colours, you've got your grey, you've got a gold, and you've got an orange. They are lovely, aren't they? Three fat quarters, £12.73. What I'd be thinking now for these is, again, using them for applique. So if you've got a plain white T-shirt, you want to applique a letter on it, an initial on it, a nice blanket stitch rounded. If you're making to sell, oh, it's an absolute no-brainer. In one piece, you'd get your money back and some, wouldn't you? Emily Bell in orange, in yellow, and in that lovely neutral sort of light grey as well, that pewter, for £12.73. Remember, they are 1/2 metre. Now, these are your quilting weight cottons. They're not the China Lawns. They are your quilting weight cottons, so suitable for lots of different projects. I know that those of you that have recently joined the Debbie Shaw Half Yard Club, there'll be loads of little projects that you'd be able to use with Liberty as well. And if you are making to sell, I think that it's such a lovely thing to be able to add to your customers, isn't it? That it's Liberty fabric. Oh, it's just, this is a print as well that's always reoccurring through Liberty Designs. Emily Bell is one of the most popular fabrics that we stock. So, yeah, it's definitely instantly recognisable. Classic Liberty. Right, they're going £12.73. Keep going through for those. Even if we take the graphics off screen, it doesn't mean it's necessarily sold out. So it's worth having a look underneath us on the website and seeing what is available. Oh, we've got a massive Emily Bell bundle. Oh, sorry, I'm attached to my wires. This one is amazing. Right, it will be considered, but consider it, because it is the ultimate Liberty bundle. How much do you get here? 7.5 metres. Oh, amazing. Look at that. You've got all of your different shades. Half a metre for free. Saving £8.49. Amazing fabrics. Look at those. All of your different colours. You've got them in like that spearmint. You've got your neutrals. You've got pink. You've got a lemon. You've got a lovely powder blue. Springy summer vibes. But again, use them within your quilts. Use them within your smaller projects. If you've got your calico, just using your calico bolt and this, oh, wow, you're going to be able to do so many different projects. £118.86. We have taken £8.49 off. You've got it on split pay as well. We are now in single figures on this bundle. First time I've seen it. I did not know that we did all of the Emily Bell colours. They are lovely, aren't they? Do you know who's going to love this? Do you know Sally Ann Harrison? She does the most beautiful Liberty cushions, Liberty pin cushions. She's got a new Liberty project coming up, actually. Get your fabrics at the ready. Two-way split pay. £118.86. There are only 9 of those bundles remaining. And as I say, this is something that we don't cut very often. They're all quilting weight cottons and they're beautiful quality. There's something about the Lazenby cottons that is just very, very luxurious. Very luxurious to work with. Two-way split pay as well. It's under £60 on split pay. Okay, just having a look through the website at what is already very, very popular. Well done if you're getting involved on pre-order, by the way. Everything is listed underneath us on pre-order. Speaking of which, the dress that we're doing with Rebecca in 20 minutes is already selling on pre-order. There it is. You can see it in the corner. Gorgeous. Look at it wafting in the breeze. Yeah, we've got the Beyonce wind machine in front of it, obviously. I told you it's chilly in here today. The aircon's blowing. That is lovely fabric as well. Okay, we have got 5-inch charms and design rolls for caves. Now, we've got a few different ones. The one that I opened just a moment ago was this one. The great thing about 5-inch charm squares is that, once again, you get that whole collection and wait till you see the price of it. It is a bargain. 2 of each design, but obviously because some of them are, you know, such big cuts, you'll get different parts of that cut. So, for example, this is a big floral. You might get the slightly different part of that fabric, which is interesting. So here you're getting 42. You got to see, look, all of these amazing fabrics. £15.99. I would even just patch these all together and make my own cafe big piece of fabric that you could use then for even dressmaking. I think we always forget that once you've patched them together, you could do panels on your waistcoat. It could be bags. It could be quilts, pockets. Absolutely brilliant for pockets. Inside linings, absolutely. There's so many quilting patterns as well that call for 4 5-inch squares. Obviously, you could then subcut these up if you want to do EPP. This is a really great affordable way of doing it because you could easily get, depending on the size of your hexes, but you could get 4 hexes, couldn't you, on a charm square? £15.99. We love those. We've got a few other colourways to show you. I think there's one other design 5-inch charm pack. These are always the ones that sell first, aren't they? if we get a pre-cut selection, if you have a look on the website, there aren't very many 5-inch square charm packs available, because they do come in, and the value for money of them and how versatile they are, mean they sell very, very fast. Right, this other colourway is called, is it the Spring Brights? Or is that the last one? 41. 49. The what, sorry? Sorry, so that was your Spring Brights. Sorry, I think we've got the packs mixed up. So that one's your Spring Brights. Right, so that code that we've just done is this one. Sorry about that, that's my fault. You've got 42 of these lovely Spring Brights. Still lots of the same patterns that we were just looking at in the brighter tones. Sorry, I don't want to get confused again. And then I haven't got them all physically here. This is just a sample pack, so there's only a few of them in there. But you can see the colours are sort of the brighter colourways on this one. They're your Spring Brights. And then the other blues are called Lake. Right, so just to be clear, that's your Spring Brights, and then this one is very, 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 very limited. The one that I got all of the pieces out, that's your correct code for it. If you want to swap it around with the call centre, I'm ever so sorry about that. It's free to call from landline or mobile, or swap it on your... Or get both. I mean, that is a really lovely charm pack, isn't it? Both of them are beautiful. And for $15.99, fab price as well. Right, they are about to sell out. We've gone into single figures on those. £15.99 for your blues. 5-inch charm packs. Yeah, cathedral windows, great idea. If you were to use some of your solids maybe and have these as your centre parts for your cathedral windows, brilliant idea. Thank you, Donna. Less than 5 of these now, just £15.99. I always thought with Kaffe that having them in, you know, large scale prints, it's difficult to subcut them because a lot of them are larger scale prints, but actually seeing them in smaller squares, your eye is drawn to different parts of the designs. It works really, really well. Right, that's sold out. If you do want your brights, just a quick reminder, your item code for your lovely Spring Brights. Again, same price, £15.99 on your Kaffe for 5-inch squares. I don't actually know if we've got any other 5-inch squares. We've got 10-inch, we've got the jelly rolls, but I know at £15.99, it's a great price to experience all of these different prints and all the different colours. So just to let you know, they are available. Your item code for this colourway is TJUI41. Sorry about that confusion, but I hope we've cleared that up. No, I think it was me. I'm sure you told me a number and I saw a different number. Okay. Right. The design rolls, these jelly rolls are amazing. Now, this one, let me just read the code number for you. 882. So these are your 2.5-inch strips. If you've got any Pam and Nikki Lintop books, they do some great jelly roll designs. If you do Bargello quilts, if you do jelly roll race quilts. I remember when we, who was it who used to think of jelly roll? Ben. When Ben started producing and we said about a jelly roll race, he was like, do you mean like, and they race along the desk? No. But I am aware that it sounds hilarious if you don't know what a jelly roll race is. Basically, it's a design, a quilt design. But yeah, use these for log cabin. If you managed to get the cobblestone cabin quilt pattern earlier, then these are brilliant for that. These are all those lovely hot pinks as well, which I must say is my favourite. It's what I know Kaffe for. It's those clashes of oranges and pinks and reds, and it works so well. It works so, so well. As we're going into summer, aren't they stunning colours for beach bags, for tote bags, for makeup bags, for quilts, for... I mean, there's so much you can do, again, with 2.5-inch strips. It was Wendy Orlando, one of my very, very first Sewing Street shows. She was given one of the barley pops And she came in with literally like a Mary Poppins bag full of cushions, bags, table runners, quilts. She made so much with the design roll, and all she added was like a solid fabric. So if you're, for example, getting your calico or any of those fabrics that we had, the mixers, then these are going to go such a long way. £47.99 for your 40 strips of cave. Oh, look at that colour. So that's in the pink. We also have the blue or green. Let's do the green one because that's in front of me here. This one ends in 03. Yes. So this one, you've got more of those lovely teals and greens and blues. All 2.5-inch strips, ready to sew, whether you're stitching them together, whether you're subcutting them into squares. But I know a lot of people who cut their own design rolls, but obviously then you're going to have half meters of each. This is such an affordable way of dipping your toe into all of these different prints with Cave for £47.99. There are other design rolls that we have underneath us on the web. If we don't get a chance to do them all, or can we do the blues just because the charm pack sold out, didn't it? If you got your 15-inch charm pack, but you want the blues in the 2.5-inch strips, look at this. Something about the blues. Personally, I love those reds and pinks and oranges, but blues are always, without a doubt, the most popular. So you get the full width, you get your full 112 wide width of fabric, but then it's up to you what it is that you want to do with it, whether you're subcutting, whether you're stitching straight away and making yourself some strip sets, but you do get that full width of fabric in a design roll, and you have 40 strips. Generally, you get 2 of each design. Peacock feathers, florals, sort of pebble designs. Ah, Lucy Pixley's a big fan of Cave as well. She uses them a lot for her bags. That one's cool, isn't it? Your cabbages. Cave cabbages. I think it is called cabbages. Are they like succulents? Yes. More big feathers. Oh, they're like geodes, aren't they? £47.99. Anybody that missed out on the design, the 5-inch charm pack, this is your 2.5-inch strips. You get a lot of fabric in this. £47.99. 40 strips. Generally 2 of each design from each fabric. They're all lovely. They are all absolutely lovely. Just £47.99. Right, take advantage of those prices. All of the other 2.5-inch strip fabrics we will load through as well for you. We just might not get a chance to show them all. We might show them in the 12 o'clock hour if we get a chance. We're just very, very aware of the time. Did you say you want to do the Liberty pre-cuts? Is it the fat quarters? I've got these Liberties in pastel. Oh, this is just so pretty. I mean, even if you go into, like, the supermarket, you know, the ones with the middle aisle where you can get fabric, and you pay a tenner sometimes for just craft weight cotton that you don't really know what you're going to use it for, and it's just lower quality. These are all fat 8s. So here you're getting Liberty fat 8s for £12.74, which is brilliant. So this is half of a fat quarter. Can you see? So your fat quarter would carry on. That's half a fat quarter. Trudy, are you still watching? Imagine doing scrunchies with these. Trudy makes scrunchies. That's Kimberly and Sarah. One. You could do smaller piecing and patchwork makeup bag, toiletry bag, cushion. You could still do a cushion with this. You could do an EPP. You could use it for that. If you want to just stretch it over canvas. Brilliant. If you've got some of the lilac blenders, the Emily Bell ones that we had earlier. £12.74 for 6 fat 8s. I'm just thinking even for applique, I remember looking at baby grows that had like little bunnies on for Easter, and there were plain white baby grows which you can pick up very affordably, or even if you've got an old ripped T-shirt that's got a mark on it, or, you know, and you wanted to just embellish it. Or bedding. Imagine an old pillowcase that you wanted to applique some hearts or some flowers on, and with a nice blanket stitch and some of these elements, and you've turned it into like your Liberty bedding. How fancy. Little small lampshades. You know, if you're doing like bedside lampshades that are just mini ones, these would be absolutely ample enough fabric to be able to do it. Because look, you've got lots of fabric. If you wanted to do little mini lampshade covers, these would be so pretty. Look, you can do with our Liberty fabrics. They are just classic, aren't they? Super luxurious. I don't think I've seen that bundle before either. Fat 8, 15 chances on those remaining. And then we've also got, did you say Arthur's Garden? These are, again, Fat 8s. They must have been cut for a certain project. So it's not something we would ordinarily do. So to see these cuts, if you were to go into Liberty, don't quote me on this, but I'm sure the biggest... I don't actually think you can get Liberty by the half metre in Liberty. I think you have to... Oh, I don't even know if it's a metre off the bolt or 2 metres. You can't buy them in these smaller cuts. So, I mean, we don't sell them in smaller cuts. We sell by the half metre. So you can't call the customer service team and ask for Fat 8. So it's a brilliant chance right now when it's outside of a project to get them as already pre-cut Fat 8s to dip your toe into all of these different prints. This one. That one's called Trellis. That's Michael. Trellis. That's Michael's favourite. I knew you were going to say that. He's a bit of a trendsetter, you see. That one's really pretty, isn't it? And these have got metallic spots as well. It's definitely worth getting these Fat 8 packs because even with our kids, well, you know, when putting together the shows, Kerry, we don't do Fat 8s very often, do we? Our designer have to specifically ask for them to be cut into Fat 8s, and it has to be sort of approved. It's a lot of work for our warehouse team to do, and but it makes it a little bit more sort of maybe cost effective for you. You are getting a lot of fabric and a lot of different prints for your money. I know which one I'd be wanting, the Fat 8s that you can dip your toe in. If you're doing patchwork, if you're doing fussy cutting, if you're doing EPP, it's going to lend itself to so many different projects. And you're not paying for the price of fat quarters, or you're not paying for the price of half meters, but you're still getting a bespoke sort of cut for you, really. We should charge for the privilege of having them cut into Fat 8s, but we're not. They're just £17.98 for the lot. But it looks like they're going to sell out. There's more in baskets than we have availability. 8-piece Fat 8 pack for just £17.98. Oh, yes. Oh, Jay, would you be able to bring the rotary cutter over for me? And we'll show you the early bird before we go to the break. Before we do that, though, what is it that you wanted to show, sorry? Is it another fat quarter pack? This is multicolour mist. Oh, what was this for? I feel like I was here for this. This is a really lovely fat quarter bundle. Now, whether you're going to use these together, personally, I would just use these as a bit of a stash builder. Multicolours, a bit of a, I say lucky dip, you're definitely going to get these ones, but under £20 for 8 fat quarters makes it, oh, what price per fat quarter? 8 fat quarters, £19.45. You've got your blenders as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 of your blenders, 3 of your prints. And are these designers? I feel like this is a Liberty one as well. £2.40, a fat quarter. Do you know if this one is Liberty? I don't know whether it is. I feel like I'm making it up. I don't think that is. Which one's this? It does have a bit of a Liberty vibe. This is a poplin weight. That's slightly lighter weight. That is lovely. To be able to have a really good lucky dip. Now, you say, Michael, we're at where? £2, £2.43. And we're going lower. We're going lower. £14.95 if you do want to make the most of them at £1.86. Do you know if you go to Festival of Quilts, we were mentioning Festival of Quilts earlier, if you go there and you see a stall that says quilted weight cotton, £2 a fat quarter or under £2 a fat quarter, you'd have to go in with your high vis and your whistle and your elbows out, ready to fight, wouldn't you? So to be able to get all of these for under £15, I think is brilliant. Thank you, Kerry. Kerry, old special. Anybody who has checked out on anything today, add this to your order. If you've paid your postage and packaging, there are certain items that you cannot miss. If you missed the start of the show, I'm about to recap the early bird as well, which was a fabulous early bird special. £14.95 for all of those fat quarters. Remember, you're getting 8 fat quarters. It's a lot of fabric. This is half of a half metre. We've got books on our website that are dedicated to just solely using fat quarters. Personally, I find them a little easier to manage. I'm not having to do so much sub-cutting. I find working with meterage sometimes a little bit daunting. If you're just working with smaller cuts, a little bit easier. And lovely to be able to have a variety of prints and mixes there. £14.95. Right, keep going through for those. Now, as I said, at 8 o'clock this morning, every morning, set your alarm this week because we're doing mega early birds. It is a special week full of early birds where our team have worked very, very hard to get some of the best early bird deals ever. So yesterday we had the unicorn iridescent embroidery snips. Today, another essential. Straight away notice that this is Fiskars. Not just any rotary cutter, it is Fiskars. Now, we have hundreds. We started with over 500 of these. Over half of the stock went in the early bird. If you want these today, sorry, I say these, like there's 2. You do get 1 in the pack. It comes with your 45mm blade. We found it elsewhere for £17. We found it for £16.99, I think was the best price that we found. We always do a brilliant price of £14.99. It's a Fiskars rotary cutter. It's completely concealed. There it is. There's the best price we found. So we're doing well. We've beaten that. I like the fact that this one isn't a rotary cutter that has the blade exposed, left exposed unless you shut it. I'm just looking around my set to see if I can show you what I mean. I love the fact that this has got that trigger to be able, as soon as you aren't using it, it's safe. But it also has that extra safety measure by clicking the button in place, and now that is locked. It's got the safety grip. It's a Fiskars tool. You can use it if you're a right-hander, but you can also switch the blade over completely and use it as a left-hander as well. So that is brilliant. It's completely ambidextrous. Now, because we had such a massive quantity for today and today only, you're getting £5 back in your pocket. I can find nowhere that is offering this rotary cutter under £10. It comes with your 45mm blade as well, easy to replace. There you go. That's the cheapest that we found it. £16.99. So as you can imagine, it absolutely flew out, and I'm not surprised that people are maybe upgrading their rotary cutter, getting a second rotary cutter. I do like the description on that website, actually, though. It says, once you start using a rotary cutter, you wonder why you ever used scissors at all. Because it is so fast, it is so precise. Fiskars are a household brand that have been around since, well, when is it? It normally says on their packaging. They've literally been around for donkey's years, which is amazing, isn't it, normally, when you think... There aren't very many brands that have been out there for forever and ever. It's something like 1800s or something. But anyway, it's an amazing product that you can use for your quilting. You can also use it for bag making. I know dressmakers on Sewing Bee have been seen using rotary cutters as well to cut round your patterns. Obviously, use it with care. It is a sharp blade. Never cut towards yourself. Always use it on your cutting mat. But this is such an amazing price. Oh yeah, I was being conservative saying 18 something. It was actually since 1649. Yeah, no, since 1649. This year they celebrated their 375th anniversary. Are there many companies that have lasted that test of time? And it's the orange bits, isn't it, that are distinctive Fiskars. You know it's Fiskars. If you go to your quilting group using this, then you know that you're using fabulous quality products. Just for £9.99, absolute bargain. I know that you can buy rotary cutters, lesser quality at this price. It's more of an introductory offer. So what is amazing is that if you're starting out your quilting journey, you're starting with the real professional tools that you would normally have to upgrade to. The majority of the Fiskars rotary cutters that I've sold in the past have been between £25 and £40. So I know that you can go online and invest in a Fiskars rotary cutter and be spending £40 today. So to be able to get this today at less than 10, with those extra safety features as well, with the ability to use it as a left-hander. I remember where I'm left-handed, and when I went to my first quilting class, I was so daunted by it all anyway, and she started showing me how to cut, and I thought, I can't tell you I'm a left-hander, I'm just going to have to try and do it, and I ended up slashing my fabric and getting in a right mess because, yeah, it was all wobbly. So to be able to have the ability to completely change your blade over, and it is now a left-handed rotary cutter, is brilliant. If you struggle with using scissors, if you have any dexterity issues, this is a lot easier because you're literally using, obviously, the weight of your shoulder on the desk to be able to cut things really accurately, really precisely. Obviously, be careful of the surface that you're cutting. Use it on a cutting mat. And also definitely use it with care and caution. Never cut towards yourself is the main thing to remember. But this, being your 45mm blade, is the most used rotary cutter that you'll see on screen. Here, Kerry's our scheduler who's producing today, and she says she schedules it for every quilting show. It's an essential, it's the best one, it's the best seller at $14.99. So to have it today at $9.99 is a no-brainer. I'd be getting one of those to use for my classes and my workshops. One for upstairs, one for downstairs, one for in my toolkit. You're not having to unpack everything that you would go to a workshop with to do your crafting at home. You've got one at the ready. Maybe one that you don't change the blade if you're cutting paper for foundation paper piecing, because that would blunt your blade normally. So you could have one that's specifically just for foundation paper piecing. And it could be a Fiskars one, especially at that price. Okay, we'll leave you with that open over the break, but that, remember, is just for today only. Have a serious think about that. Don't go anywhere, though, because we've got another lovely pattern from Sussex Seamstress. Rebecca Harrison is going to be here to show us all as well. Coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people: Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, yeah, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely, and yeah, I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Welcome back. Another lovely dress. In fact, Southwater dress has been on before, but it's been literally a year since it's been on, so we're going to call it another launch. It's back after popular demand. Every now and then, where we get so many messages about certain patterns asking to bring them back, our team do sort of give in and go, okay, we've had a lot of message about this, we'll listen, we'll get that one back in, but we're obviously always looking at new things, trying to bring you variety of things. So it is always, when we have something that is very, 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 very popular, we'll always try and get it back if we can. This is the Southwater dress, which I can see exactly why this is so popular, because I think, look, we all need those sort of loose tunic style dresses that are easy to wear for any occasion, actually, Rebecca. I think this is going to be lovely day to day, but then also you could really dress that up as a wedding guest.
But the lovely thing about it is there's no zip, there's no buttons, there's no fastenings. It's just over the head. Yeah. So
this is suitable for a complete beginner?
Yes, I would say so, yeah.
What difficult parts would you say? Maybe the sleeves?
The sleeves, and maybe the facing around the neck if you've never done that before.
Yeah.
Those would probably be the things that you would just perhaps need to take a little bit of extra time.
I'm pleased you said that, because I want to correct myself. I hate using the word difficulties, you know, like when it says for a pattern, like what is the difficulty level? Because Stuart Hillard actually said to me, if a pattern almost sort of says, I know that all patterns sort of do that, and he says the editors, they always ask you to do that, but he said, if it's difficult, then it's probably not explained well on how to do it. It might be a new skill or something that you haven't done before, but with your instructions and your tutorial, it's just something that we can overcome. We can learn how to do.
Yeah.
So within your pattern, as always, I mean, it's brilliant that you've got the whole size variety here within one pattern. So you're getting all of the sizes from 6 to 30. It's a loose fitting design anyway. So it says here, the Southwater is perfect throw-on loose fit dress or tunic for the summer months. Wear it over a swimsuit during the day or at the beach, to wear to the bar in the evening. Pair it with flat sandals, or throw over put a cardi or pashmina over for a chilly evening. Skill level beginner, absolutely suitable for beginner. Suggested fabrics are cotton, viscose, linen, lawn. I mean, there's so many different fabrics you're going to be able to do this in.
Yeah, loads.
Here's some more examples of how it looks in, lovely different fabrics as well. These are taken from the Sussex Seamstress website, but the great thing is she has, a big following. So there's a lot of people who have made this dress already.
Yeah, they're always putting it on, Facebook and things like that. Yeah.
So you'll be able to find lots of inspiration. And there's ours in the beautiful floral, which we've got the fabrics for today. Oh, I love that we've got the wind machine on it. Look at it, perfect, blowing in the wind.
Blowing in the wind.
Oh, that was earlier on. $16.99. Once again, inside your pack, you have got your pattern. Now, it feels like you've got quite a lot of pattern pieces.
Because it's good quality pattern paper again. And let me just check. Is it this one? Yeah. So you have to just attach your pattern. Because they are on, you only can fit so much on one page. So you just have to attach them. Just join the dress where it tells you to do it, which is also your lengthening and shorten, where you would do that, and that's your tunic length as well. So if you didn't want to make the dress and you wanted to make a tunic, you just wouldn't add on that bottom piece.
Brilliant. It said as well, if you are new to dressmaking, make a toile. We talked about making a toile in the first hour.
Yes. Yeah. It's a great thing to do, and you can always reuse that piece of calico or whatever else you've used to try it out on. Yeah.
And it says you don't need to make the entire dress as a toile. Just do the top part with the waist and just do one sleeve.
Yeah,
and just check that you're happy and you're comfortable with how it fits.
Yeah.
This is your size guide, by the way, on the back. You don't need to worry too much about it, because normally I would more so be stressing about this if you need to pick between two patterns. But because it's all in one pattern, you can see there, if you are fitting between sizes, it's really quite simple to grade between those sizes on a pattern, isn't it?
Yeah. And if you've got to do that, then definitely make your toile.
Yeah.
To just check that you've got that line correctly.
Fabulous. So from sizes 6 to 30, lovely length on the sleeve as well, just £16.99. Right, so we'll go through the fabrics, but we're going to attempt to try and do as much as we possibly can on this dress, aren't we? You say it's quite a quick make, really, isn't it?
It is, really, because you haven't got to worry about a zip or buttonholes or anything like that. So.
Now I've got a feeling this fabric that the dress has been made out of is going to be super, super popular. Your bundles are gorgeous. Now, there are enough fabric in your bundles for the largest size, as always. So you get 3.5 metres. This is a viscose cotton. It looks, by eye, like a linen, doesn't it?
It does. It has, yes, it's got that sort of quality to it, and that, from afar. I think it's the weave, and also I think the colour of the background gives off linen, doesn't it?
But it's actually going to be really lovely and lightweight and breathable. I love
very soft.
Yeah, very soft.
It drapes beautifully. Yeah.
A viscose cotton mix in that lovely pink design, that digital print design. $44.99 for your bundle. These have been absolutely flying on pre-order, by the way. We've got less than 10 of these bundles left. If you're thinking of another pattern in mind as well, I think it was Adele who always said to me, it might be about 3 metres, she says, is her sort of go-to bundle. That's more or less going to be all right for most dresses or jumpsuits or whatever you've got. So if you love a fabric, if it's about a 3 metre bundle, then...
that's a really good amount to have,
This is 3.5 metres, so you'll have plenty for most of your patterns that you've got in mind. More in baskets than we have availability, so just check out as soon as you can. We've got a couple of other viscose cotton mixes like this, which I can show you, as that one is about to sell out. We've got it also in this one, which let me show you next to it, because it can be a bit deceiving on the pictures on the web. Similar colour, exactly the same colour, in fact, in the background. But can you see you've got this extra sort of flower, different design slightly on this one. So this is your red. 3.5 metres again. Beautifully soft. Yeah, it's got slightly more to the design, hasn't it? A bit more of your foliage and a bit more, a few more flowers as well. $44.99 for 3.5 metres. If you miss out on that last one, definitely get this. It's going to look just as beautiful. Does it have a direction to it? Do I need to think about my direction?
Yeah, they usually do. Well, I think it's preferable because sometimes I put a fabric out on the table and I go to one end and then I go to the other and I kind of keep doing that until something pops out. I think if you focus on a flower that you particularly like and then maybe have that as the one that is the direction.
Right,
maybe.
okay. Yeah, good idea. £44.99. Keep going through for those. Very similar to the one that's on the mannequin that Rebecca's already made up. Good morning, Christine. We also have one other that is the same sort of composition. These are all really beautiful.
All lovely, aren't they? They're so, yeah, they are. They're gorgeous.
I think like a shirt dress would be nice in this as well. That is really nice. Oh, I love that. I think that's my favourite. Very pretty. And I am imagining, I know they're talking about it as being like quite a casual dress. I think this would look really lovely dressed up. Add your jewellery, add a pair of heels.
It's about the accessories, isn't it?
And it's got this lovely slit up the side as well. Not too high, but it comes just
either
up to
side,
the knee.
yeah. But you don't have to have that if you don't want to. You can just carry on down the side seam.
Right.
Because it's you know, there's enough fabric in there. It's not about the fact that it's a restricted size, so you need that to move.
I wonder whether, I don't know how easy it is to show you. Have you got the full length video, Michael? You can't really see it on there, but oh, you could see it. You can actually wafting on the side there. Can you see that it just goes up to the on the right hand side? How long do you think this dress falls? Is it just below the knee?
I would, but perhaps not to calf, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I'm not as tall as that, but so it would be. No, it would be on your calf actually. Yes, it would be. Yeah.
A midi dress.
Yes, a midi. Yes.
$44.99. And then we've got some other options. Now we've got the one that you're working with, Rebecca. Is this one poplin?
It's a lovely, it's so nice to work with, yeah.
Cotton. Now, is this going to fall differently?
Only slightly. There's a little bit more structure to this than this one, but it's still going to fall beautifully.
Right. Look at that. This is going to look lovely. Rose and Hubble, beautiful cotton poplin. It's only $23.99 for your bundle of 3.5 metres. That's very pretty indeed, actually. I think that's going to look really nice. Yeah. Absolutely make the most of any of these bundles. These are all new in, especially for the dress, I believe. I've never seen this one before. Very pretty. That ditzy floral print. Comes in a couple of colourways, actually. We've got like a gold colour as well. That's your purple. And then I'm going to speed through these just because I want to try and show you as much as we can on the demo with Rebecca. This is the gold. Oh, this is really nice. Gold and pink background. Oh, I love that. Do you know, this is going to be really nice for so many different patterns that you've got, but also quilters, bag makers, it's poplin cotton. It's going to be brilliant for your stash. Anything you want to make, that is lovely. Oh, yeah, imagine. Yeah, a little mini dress to match as well for kids' makes. Oh. Kids' garments. You could have...
Your girls would look lovely.
Imagine, I'll have one, they'll all have one matching. Oh.
It's not too late to do them all for
the
weekend.
Yeah, that's it. Thinking, perfect. Thank you, Rebecca. Yes. I will take you up on that offer. Do you just offer? Not too late.
Gladly.
We then also have your cotton lawn, which are so beautifully soft. 100% cotton, digital print, lovely lavender floral, under £30. All of the bundles are absolutely flying out. This one's, again, gone straight into baskets. That's going to look really nice.
That's lovely. I love that blue.
I feel like you're never going to find anybody
Grey
else wearing the
blue.
same dress
No.
as you, are you?
No, no.
That's so lovely.
Yeah, they are.
This is probably going to be one of those dresses that you'll make multiple times. Once you've got a pattern that you know fits well, you know it's easy to run up, like you said, you can make this quickly ready for the weekend. If you're like me, thinking, what am I going to wear? Instead of trawling the shops, trying to find something different or something that's comfy. This is perfect for that.
Yeah, and every time you make it in a different fabric, it's going to look slightly different.
That's it.
So, yeah.
Oh, well, the amount of times, you know, some of our designers, they come in and I say, oh, I love that, what are you wearing? And they say, it's the same pattern that I wore last time, Vic, it's just different fabric. And, yeah, really makes a difference.
It is. Fabric makes such a difference.
Yeah. This is lovely. You'll love working with this as well. It's super, super soft. Yeah, very popular indeed. We also then have, this is the, that one or this one? The one that we've just done is the favourite so far. This one again.
Oh, that's like sunflowers, aren't they?
Yeah,
lovely.
Really pretty. Lawn weight cotton, so, so soft. 3.5 metres, which will be enough to be able to do the largest size, which is a size 30. Remember, we're making the Southwater dress today from the Sussex seamstress. 3.5 metres is ample enough to be able to do the dress from size 6 to size 30. Brilliant. Right, so what parts are you going to show us then, Rebecca?
So we're going to do the facing round the neck first of all. So I've done, it's got two little bust darts, which you can hardly see in the pattern of the fabric. So you do those first. So I've overlocked all the way round my pieces, but I had to do the bust dart first. So I've lost it on this because you can't. It disappears. There you go. There it is. So I had to do the bust dart first before I could overlock down my side seam because it's an angle and that's difficult to get your overlocker round that angle. So if you're using an overlocker, do your darts first and then whiz round your overlocker with it. So I'm just going to attach the two facings together for the neck, and then we're going to attach it. So let's cut those off. I love a facing. It's a great way to finish off, especially round a neck.
Yes.
It just gives it a nice professional look, you know. And when you've got a facing, where you can, remember to do to understitch. And it just holds the facing in place.
Do you interface it at all with like
so
a lightweight?
this has got iron-on interfacing, lightweight interfacing.
One.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the you only need it on your facing, and that's just so it keeps the neckline always beautifully secured in place.
Out of curiosity, do you ever use a rotary cutter as a dressmaker, Rebecca?
Do you know, I don't.
No.
But I think that's just because
I
wasn't taught.
Scissors. Yeah.
I wasn't taught, so therefore, and I've never given it a go, and I probably should.
Yeah,
I probably should. I was looking at that deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Because my scissors are always Fiskars. Yeah. So I probably should give it a go really, and not shy away from it quite so much.
I saw somebody, Kerry was saying on TikTok, cutting out a dressmaking pattern with electric scissors. The electric scissors, I feel like but you are still in control. Like you go really, really, really slow, but there's something about electric scissors that still like scares me on doing intricate things like that. Yeah.
Yes, I would worry that they would run away with me,
Mm-hmm.
like when I'm cutting out a neck or round an arm or something. But I'm sure I'm sure they don't. It's practice, and it's like anything, isn't it? It's practice is everything, isn't it? Practice is key, really. Let's get my threads over there. So all I'm doing here is I'm doing the 2 shoulder seams. Now, if you're new to putting a neck facing in, you could hold off from doing your side seams so that you've got complete access to the neck. So if you've never put a neck facing in before, so you could do that. So it just gives you a little bit more room. But if you've done them before, you know what you're doing. Do your side seams, and then do your neck facing.
We're oversubscribed on the pattern. Please do check out. There's over 40 of you who've still got it in your baskets. Just be aware that it's very, very busy. In fact, Christine says, I nearly bought it again. I've just realised she saw this fabric and didn't realise it was a pattern that she's already got. She says, I love it. I want to get it again.
Yeah.
And she was like, oh, actually, I have got that pattern.
I've got it. I've already got it.
But
yeah.
it's different in different fabrics.
Yeah, it does.
You didn't demonstrate this one last time,
No,
did you?
I didn't.
I would be
This is
intrigued
the
to see what it looks
first
like.
time that I've first time that I've done this one.
Do you have the date of when it was on last time?
You're going to say it's me now, aren't you? And I can't remember doing it. I really don't.
You've done a lot of Jane's.
I have. I do
patterns,
do a
haven't you?
lot of hers. Yeah.
4th of September. Thank you. I'll have a look.
So I'm just going to attach the facing now before I do my side seam. So just so I can show those of you that haven't put a facing in before. So we've got right sides together. So just make sure that when you're attaching this, you're attaching it in the right place. So obviously your back neck, there's not as much in there as there is on the front neck. So just line up your shoulder seams. Let's put a pin in, and then over this side, and it'll fit beautifully because Jane's patterns always fit beautifully.
It was Adam Brooks that did this last time.
Was it?
You? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't think I'd done it.
They're all on YouTube, but
Yes, they are.
4th of the 9th, did you say? Oh, I'm pleased that we brought it back because it is going to sell out again today.
Wow. It's just a nice, uncomplicated design of a dress, isn't it? You can see it's going to be beautiful to wear, nice and easy to wear.
And maybe you want that thinking, right, actually I will have a go at this pattern today. You don't, sometimes you just want to sew just because. You want to have a go at picking something up and making it.
Yeah.
And you're not always in the mood to do something that's going to, take you hours and hours doing something very, very intricate. You will think, right, actually I want something that I'm not going to have to think too intensely about, but it's still going to be something that I'm going to wear.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what it's all about, isn't it? At the end of the day, it's wearability.
Yeah.
Which is definitely what you get. Right, so I'm just going to go around that neckline now.
We got a message come in. Good morning, Margaret. Morning. Question for Rebecca. Do I thread with neutral colours? Oh, this is the Overlocker. Please, Overlocker, do I thread with neutral colours, or do you do fabric colours or change to complement each project? What colours would you advise?
So obviously I would say, start with your white, your black, maybe your navy and your creams, which will cover a lot.
Yeah.
And if you've got those, you will usually find that one of them fits it. If you want to get a colour to match exactly, then,
Well, do you see it? Do you see these?
No, you don't. It's just I suppose it's you know, don't you?
Yeah.
So I try to get as close as I possibly can to the fabric.
Okay.
You know, but I've got a lot of thread at home. But certainly, you know, for the waistcoat that I've done, I just use black for that. Because you can get your overlocking threads, and they last ages as well. Overlocking threads do.
The YouTube tutorial as well on this is 40 minutes long. I mean, you get a full video tutorial with
Yes.
this.
Oh, yes.
Fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah, she covers every angle, Jane. She does everything you could possibly want to know. So I'm just following that neckline round. So again, if this is something that you haven't done before, maybe have a little practice of this. But all this is really is machine control. Mm-hmm. That's all. You know, just press your the foot of your machine down very gently. And there's usually on machines there's different speeds, isn't there?
Yeah.
So put it on, you know, if you're new, put it on the lowest. If you're, you know, doing your sleeves or going around the neck, just to give you that little bit more control. So because we're on a curve, I'm just going to snip in round here. Obviously, don't go through your stitches. Otherwise you've got to start again. But that's just to make sure that that sits nicely and the fabric isn't fighting against going around that corner. So you need nice sharp scissors just to snip in.
They're little Fiskars ones you've got as well, aren't they?
I mean, they are my go-to scissors. Yeah, they are. Again, I think because it was drummed into me. When I was studying, you know, good scissors. We had to have the right size pins and yes, they used to get thrown across the room if my lecturer, if they found them, you'd be like that. Throw him across the room.
Oh my God.
He was a scary man. Absolutely brilliant, but quite scary. Right, so obviously, so we end up like that. So we're going to turn that through so that it ends up on the inside. And we're just going to give it a little press. So when I'm pressing it, I'm going to make sure that I've got my seam allowance is pressed to the facing side because we're going to understitch on there. But if you've pressed that over onto that side, it just makes it a lot easier to do that understitch. And it's like top stitching, but you're not going to see it. And an understitch will keep something in place, which is what you want, because you don't want this facing keep popping out as you're wearing it. You see some, I see some now, you know, on people that they've, you know, things not that they've made, that they've bought. Yeah. And, you know, if it hasn't been made particularly well and they haven't done the understitch.
And it's popping out.
Facing just keeps popping out.
Yeah.
And there's nothing more annoying.
Oh, I bet you become a bit of a, I don't want to say like a dressmaking snob, but you'll look at garments in the shops and be like, that right.
I do.
Things and you're like, oh, that's not quite, Well, you see, I remember that with when I started working on Jewellery Maker as well, that I started looking at jewellery and I understood how it is that it's constructed. And it's the same with garments. You look at clothes and you think, I know how they've done that and why they've done that, or you can see how it's constructed, can't you?
Yeah, I know. I am a bit of a nightmare because whenever I go shopping with my daughters, and my sister or my mum or whatever, or friends, and I spend the whole time going, oh, I could make that. I could do that.
Yeah.
That's really easy. I can't believe they're charging that much for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is the understitching. So we're stitching on the facing. So I'm not going onto the actual dress, and my seam allowance I'm making sure is pushed over to that facing side. So as close to the seam as possible, and we're just going to go all the way around.
Oh, Sue had a scary typing teacher.
Oh, really?
Yeah, would kick your ankles if they were crossed, poke you in the back with a metal ruler if you slouched.
Oh my gosh, you wouldn't get away with that now, would you?
No. Well, I actually was, obviously when I was young, I went to ballet, and I do always remember them poking you so hard in the side of your waist if you weren't...
They're a bit... Oh, if you
need to be straight up.
Bit fierce.
I'm like, ouch!
I know. No, I was very scared of this lecturer, but I have to say he was absolutely brilliant, top of his game. So I couldn't have learnt from anyone better. But yes, it would have been nice not to have had pins flying around all over the place. Health and safety now, I think, would have a field day with that, wouldn't they? Wouldn't be allowed.
The pattern is your main graphics, by the way, and we have got way more of you that have got it in your basket than we have availability. Well, I don't know if you've already managed to get it. If you've been waiting over a year for this pattern to be back, it's the Southwater dress, and you only need to purchase that one pattern. All of the sizes are included from sizes 6 to 30, and it's a lovely, floaty, flattering tunic-style dress. With plenty of ease anywhere, I suppose, isn't it?
Yes,
and
it is.
The sleeves are quite floaty, and also a nice flattering length of sleeve.
Yes.
Quite a long, short sleeve, do you know what I mean?
Yes, it is. Yeah, definitely. And the great thing about dresses, you know, like this sort of dress is, you could put a belt round it if you wanted to cinch the waist in one day.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, there's so many options with it.
Christine said, I've made a couple of the Sussex seamstress tunic. She said the second one I made longer, and it's really good with YouTube tutorials. She's having a go at is it called the Fittleworth blouse next?
Oh, that's I haven't done that one either.
But yes, if you do have any, you know, tips, hacks, anything like that, there's a lot of people who do lots of YouTube, as well as Jane, who takes you through step by step on her video.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Jane likes to see everybody's makes as well, so post them on. So as you can see, because I've done that understitching, it's wanting to go where I want it to go anyway, naturally, because I've kind of you've made it do that because of the stitching where you've done the understitching. So it's just a case of just helping that lie where it wants to lie, really, and then just steaming it down or pressing it down. You see how it just goes?
Yeah.
That's what your understitching does. And it wants to stay there.
And again, doing it on the ham means that that's going to position it in the way it's going to be worn.
No, it's a good, necklines. I mean, the ham's good for everything, really. Here we go.
Do you then top stitch this?
I don't, but you can. I mean, that's the thing. That's the beauty of making your own. You can do what you want to do.
But that's enough now to hold it in place.
That's enough to hold it in place. And then the other thing is to stitch through. So you're going to do this. I hate the term stitch in the ditch. I don't know why, but I do. But you literally just go through and hold that so it's held down.
Is that stitching as close to your...
So that's it. You're going into your seam.
Okay.
So this is your shoulder seam. So all I'm doing is just making sure that the needle is going into the seam, and
Sue, I think it would. She said, will this pattern make a good maternity dress? She says, I'm going to be a grandmother and my daughter is complaining that nothing fits already. I think this has got really nice amount of room. I've just had
I mean, I think it depends how
how
pregnant
not,
you are.
Yeah, it might not fit the whole time.
So,
but look, it's got a nice amount of room.
And actually,
just make a bigger one.
Yeah, all you would have to do is lengthen it at the front. So obviously where your bump is and the front would go up.
Yeah.
You just lengthen it at that point.
So if it's lengther, then you're not having a shorter bit at the front.
So it's not. It's just not suddenly going up at the front.
But because it's got this vent, this slip bit at the side there, I think that's even more comfortable when you're pregnant.
When
you
you're
just need
pregnant,
to sit down. That would be really nice because you don't want anything that's restricting like that. So, and the fact that it has no fastenings or buttons or anything. Oh,
yeah, just nice and easy to put on.
Oh, very exciting, Sue.
Very comfortable to wear.
And even like your sleeves, they're nice and it's all very sort of loose and comfy fitting.
Yes.
And especially if you're working with like a viscose, they're very breathable, aren't they, these fabrics?
Yeah.
Lovely for in the summer.
That's what you need, and hopefully we will get a summer, won't we? So there you go. That's your neckline done and in. And by securing it at that shoulder point, you're anchoring that down, and therefore the rest of it won't come. But the other thing you could do if you wanted to make a bit of a feature, if you could stitch it down so that you see it from the front and go round. So you could do that as well if you wanted to. So I'm going to do the side seams now. Put those together. And we're going to stitch down to where your vent is going to be, if you're keeping your vent. So I've just marked mine on. So it's if my memory serves me well, it's 35 centimetres up from the hem. Obviously, you can change that if you want to, whatever is best for you.
Could you lengthen it, but put a bit of elastic to gather part of the side seam around middle at the sides? Hang on.
But where would you want to put the elastic?
Are you talking about the maternity option, Christine, here? Could you lengthen it and put a bit of elastic to gather part of the side seam around the middle at the sides?
Are you across the waist? Is that what she's talking about? So it would go across here. Why would you want to do that?
No, I don't know.
No.
I don't know. Christine, I'm not quite sure what you mean.
No.
Sorry. I should have read my message.
Not sure how that would look. I mean, I never say no to anything. Anything's possible. So, the other thing with that is to make a toile and have a look and see. Yeah. If you were going to put a piece of elastic across here, you would have to obviously stretch it and stitch it down. And then, so you'd need to know how much you wanted to gather in. Toile it first, so you know if you're getting the effect that's what you're trying to do. There we go. Right, so I'm just going to go down these side seams as far as the vent.
Which is the most popular fabric bundle? This lovely lilac.
Oh, I think that's my favourite actually.
Look, let me hold this. The first one sold out, by the way, the one that that Rebecca was.
Has it? The poppy one?
The one that the one that you'd already made the dress from. Yeah,
Poppies.
that one sold out. This one, up and down seams, not across at the seam. Christine,
Oh, so down the you're running it down the seam.
Yeah.
So you'd be lifting up each side. Is that what you mean? I mean, you could. Again, I would say try it.
Yeah, twirl it.
Yeah. And then you can see whether it's going to give you the effect that you've got in your mind.
This is the one that's most popular. It's absolutely gorgeous, lovely and lightweight, and it's going to look very, very pretty in the dress. It's 3.5 metre bundles. That's lovely, isn't it? And this one is, how much is the bundle, Kerry? $29.99 for 3.5 metres. That is now last of stock. I think there is literally 4 of those remaining. Yeah, there's way more of you. That is sold out, yeah. It's beautiful.
Oh, I like that one.
So that one's gone, that one's also gone. Just doing a little bit of a tidy up. We've got a lot of very close to selling out.
Nearly down these side seams.
And have you put a mark where you need to stop for the vest?
Yes, yeah. So I've marked where I need to stop.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm doing it as Jane has suggested.
We're on the final call for the pattern. I can't tell you how oversubscribed we are, so if you are after it, please don't wait until the end of the show. Yeah, they're still checking out every single second. There is a lot of people who have got it in their baskets.
Wow. So I will. So obviously you would press those, but I'll leave that for now. So all you're going to do with the side vent is once you've pressed that seam open, carry on pressing all the way down. So you've got a centimetre seam allowance, and then all you're going to do is stitch up, go across, stitch down, and then you can do your hem.
Yeah.
So that's all you've got to do.
Oh, wow.
So I'm going to see if I want to get a sleeve in. So let's get a sleeve in. So there are just.
So you've overlocked all of these.
So I always, again, it's what we were taught.
Is that as soon as you cut them out?
Yes.
Overlock them.
Yes.
And what about if you've got any notches or anything like that on there?
Well, because I use a tracing wheel.
Yeah.
And the carbon paper.
Yeah. You're not.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. And all I do is I go past where it marks on the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
I go past that with my tracing wheel. So because I know that my overlocking is a certain width.
Okay.
So I need to make sure that past that I can still see my mark.
Right.
So I just make sure that I do that.
Do you just want to literally take a slither off it when you're cutting with your overlocker? Because
No,
you don't want to be
take
taking.
anything off.
Oh, don't take anything off.
No,
because I don't want to be eating into my seam allowance.
No. Because otherwise, if you take anything off and then you do the seam allowance that you've been told, you know, and actually even the smallest amount you've taken off
matters. Yeah.
When you do that with every seam,
yeah,
it's amazing how much that takes it in.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, so just be careful. I mean, you can most overlockers you can drop the blade.
Yeah.
So if you're worried that you might catch some of it, just drop the blade.
Okay.
Yeah. Until you're confident, until you've been using it for for a while, and then it just becomes sort of second nature, really.
Yeah.
You don't, you know, you
So
right.
inserting your sleeves, what?
So what I'm looking for here is, so I know that that's my back. On your sleeve, you will mark. So I don't know if you can see that. So that is my tracing wheel and my paper there.
So you have
So I've got two for the back,
yeah,
one for the front,
and that's universal.
Pretty much. I've never seen anything different.
Yeah.
From anywhere else. So you just need to make sure that you find the, you know, the back.
Because there is if you got it all backwards, the sleeves are designed for you to be able to move. Yeah,
it would do that.
Yeah.
You'd know.
Yeah.
You'd know instantly because your sleeve would be, doing something very strange. Yes, there's a number of when I used to lecture, and my students it was always be the sleeves that they would be worried about, and the amount of times they'd take them off, especially if they were doing a jacket or something, and it'd be like that, and they'd taken them ages, and I'm so sorry, you're going to have to take that off. I'm so sorry, because that's, you know. You've got that on the wrong way, and I've put that one in there.
Yeah, maybe
because
they're
I'm
like
talking.
a ski jumper or something.
Yes, yes, yeah. But you know, it is easily done. It is easily done. Gosh, I need to have that in. And don't we get that inside out? This is the other thing. You need one inside out, and one the right way. So let me get my sleeve inside.
Rebecca, we need to get you a needle minder.
Oh, I know that's bad, isn't it? I'm putting that in my mouth. I really shouldn't be putting that in my mouth. I know. John tells me off about that all the time. Get that pin out of your mouth. I know.
Would your lecturer have let you do that?
That's habit. Well, yes, but you see, he used to come round and he put my pins in his mouth and then back in my pin box.
Oh!
I know. I know. So, I'm afraid we all did it back in the day, the pins in your mouth. And you shouldn't, you really shouldn't. I try not to, and then I forget every so often. And then before I've realised, I think, put it back in my mouth. It's just an easy thing to do. Okay, so I'm just pinning that round.
Just whilst you're pinning, please don't stitch it, because I just want to quickly recap some of the fabric bundles. So the one that's closest to the one on the mannequin is this one. 3.5 meters, your poppies. It's absolutely stunning. It is a viscose cotton mix, $44.99, and that's for 3.5 meters, which is enough for your largest size. From size 6 to 30 of your pattern. But now, have a think about other patterns that you've got in your stash. This is a brand new fabric in today and out today by the looks of things as well. The one that Rebecca was working with, the one that she made the dress out of, is already sold out. This is now your sort of closest to it, and it's got a lovely sort of natural sort of cotton linen look in the background, but it is a cotton viscose, so it's super soft, really lovely to stitch with, and it's going to press beautifully as well. And actually viscose, I feel, doesn't tend to grease too much.
No, it's the best of both worlds, really, isn't it? Yeah, bit of viscose in there.
$44.99. Just a quick recap for anybody that may have missed earlier on. Then we also have this one, which was my favourite. So pretty, the pinks. Lovely florals. It's going to look amazing in this this dress as well. Sue, did you get the pattern? Very similar to the one, again, at the start of the show that we made the dress with. Your pink option is 3.5 meters for just $44.99. Then we have a couple of really affordable options. This is the cotton lawn, the John Loudon, which is like sunflowers. It's super pretty. Again, with a lovely blue background. That's a really unique blue as well, isn't it? No fastenings, no zip, straight over your head. It's going to be really, really lovely. I mean, that's going to look amazing at a wedding or nice summer day, christening occasion. Yeah. £29.99. That's for 3.5 metres. Very, very popular. There's less than 20 of those, in fact, less than 50 of those bundles if you want that for £29.99. And then the one that Rebecca's working with is your Ditsy print, which is a poplin weight cotton, 3.5 metres. And this one is going to sell out as well, £23.99. Very, 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 very busy this hour. Anybody that's got anything in their basket, I urge you to check out because we're oversubscribed on everything. And then finally, we've got this one. One more. Again, less than 20 of this one as well. £23.99. Hopefully we get a chance to see this sleeve going in. Yes, we are ready. Thank you.
Okay.
Right, so you're all pinned in
Okay,
place.
so I'm all pinned.
Are you best to start at a certain point?
So I always start at the underarm seams. So I've made sure that they are together. So I'm just going to make my way round. So you can, even though there's no gathers in this, but you can put 2 rows of gathering stitch in, which helps with the sort of excess, because obviously you're putting 2 curves together, so it won't gather it up. It'll just help the sleeve to sit in to the armhole better. So you can do that as well. So even on a sleeve that is going in flat and you've got no gathers on it, you can use your gather stitch. Because all that's happening when you do that is it's just easing itself in.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not using it to make any gathers. So I'm just coming to the sleeve head. So I'm just moving it around.
And you're not doing this on the free arm, you're doing this under your machine.
Yeah. So I'm feeling as well. So
you're not trapping anything under.
Put your hand under there as well, and you can just make sure that is easing in where you want it to ease in. I mean, obviously, take your time over this. Don't do it as quickly as I'm doing it. But yeah, just keep checking the whole time that you're sewing round, and just make sure that you haven't caught anything underneath. Because there's nothing worse than that, especially if you've got your sleeve in perfectly, and then you realise that you've caught something, and you then got to undo it. It's a bit soul destroying, that is. But even if you do that and it's just caught in one little section, but the rest of the sleeve is in perfectly, don't undo it all. Just undo it to a point where you can smooth that out.
Yeah, you don't need to take it all out.
You don't need to take. Yeah, don't think that you've got to take it all out. I'm just going to, because I didn't press that seam underneath, so it's moved over. So I'm just moving it back underneath. But obviously you'll have pressed your seam. So I'm going to go back, and that's your sleeve in. So if I turn that through, there's your sleeve.
Amazing.
So that's the back, and there you go. That's your sleeve. So you just give it a nice press.
Lovely. Then fold it under the hem.
And then yes. So this goes up 3 centimetres.
Okay.
So you've got a nice. Yeah, you've got. I like a hem when it's a bit bigger. So yeah. So you turn that up 3 centimetres, and then obviously your hem is what was it again? I think that's 1 centimetre, and then 1 centimetre again. And then that's it. You're done, basically.
Ready to wear. Ready that afternoon.
Yeah. ready to go.
Really super, super quick. We've absolutely loved this. It's another one that's been very, very popular again. Hopefully it's not going to take another year for us to get more of these patterns because they're going to sell out again today. There's literally about 5 of those left to be checked out, and there's over 40 of you who've still got it in your basket. So just be aware that is about to go. Speak to the customer service team. Rebecca, thank you so, so much.
Oh, thank you.
And just very, very quickly, whilst we've got you here, we're about to go into an Overlocker show. I know that you say that this is one of your essentials.
Yeah.
You have your sewing machine and your Overlocker
out all the time. Yeah, all the time.
Because I know a lot of people who sort of may invest in Overlockers and they stay in the box.
I know. But please don't do that, because it's such a waste. Because they're such a fantastic machine, and I don't know if it's the blade that scares people or the fact that there's 4 threads going in there. Yeah. But it's really, and I honestly, once you've done it and you've had a go, you really will not look back.
Do you always use 4 threads?
Yes.
Yeah, you always do. You don't take them off.
You can get 5 threads as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can.
But you can take them out that you do 3 threads or 2 threads. So if you want, but do you find that you don't need to?
No, I always use 4. Yeah, always.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We have got a brilliant deal on the Overlocker that Rebecca was using earlier on, which we'll show you in just a minute. But thank you very, very much. Are you back next month?
Yes. Yeah. Beginning of July, I forgot, 3rd or 4th, I think.
Lovely. Thank you very, very much. It's been so lovely to see you.
I know. It's been really lovely to see you, because I haven't seen you for a year.
No, I saw you last time.
So you saw me last time, but before
and then
it's
been
was just
a year.
about to have your girl.
Yeah,
and now they're about to have their first birthday.
Know.
So
well, yeah, I'll probably see you in July. I'll probably see you next time anyway.
Hopefully, I hope you've got a year next time as well.
This is brilliant. The pattern literally is about to sell out any second now. There's, I think, 2 also remaining to be checked out over the break. Stay where you are. We have got deals on Overlockers. But if you're thinking, well, Overlocker's not my thing, so I'm going to go have lunch, stay where you are, because Kerry has got some extra special treats as well for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. So don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for joining me today. We've had such a lovely day, and well done to everybody who's already checked out on their overlockers. We mentioned them briefly in our show at 10 o'clock, and the deals we can offer today are amazing. So I didn't know whether I was able to say this or not, but on Thursday morning, I've got an amazing Elna showcase of machines. It's I think it's National Sewing Machine Day on Thursday. So we've got a show where we're going to be doing Elna machines. As far as, I don't think it's overlockers, it's sewing machines. So we're today doing some incredible deals on our Elna overlockers. Now, when we started on, well, way back when, previous life of Sewing Quarter, we work with different brands and we work with different, we have Brother, we have Juki machines, we have Elna sewing machines. But we absolutely love, for one, the quality of the Elna machines, but also the value for money that you get as well. And there are lots of different overlockers out there of lots of different price brackets. But why I love my job is I sort of give you the information, tell you the prices, and then I'm not telling you, you must have this brand, X, Y, Z. We have lots of different brands. But we have recently become the UK sole distributor, ambassadors of Elna. And that means that there's going to be loads of sort of educational videos to help along on our YouTube. We've got 2 dedicated Elna representatives in our customer service team. So they're trained up on all of the Elna machines, so you can ring them if any problems or any questions that you have, and they can talk you through at any time, because we obviously go on off air at 1 o'clock. But also you'll see our guests using these machines, so you can ask questions live on the show. I mean, Rebecca Harrison, she's worked in the industry for years and years and years and years. As we said, she trained at the London School of Fashion back in 1990, and since then she's worked on some of the biggest musical shows, but also some of the biggest films. That's how she knows John Scott, and hence the connection with her being here. So she's amazing. And the one thing that she said it was ages ago when I asked, I said, what point of your sewing journey or dressmaking journey do you get an overlocker? And she says, straight away. Straight away. She was like, always use my overlocker. It's one of the best investments you'll make. It is an investment that, you know, over £1,000. I know lots of people that solely use an overlocker, don't even get a sewing machine out. If they work on jersey, it's a game changer. If you have... well, I had my little girl's first dance show last week, and I thought, do you know what? If I'm going to have 3 girls all doing their dancing and different things, I'm going to need an overlocker to run up dance costumes really quickly, because it makes it, one, so quick, so accessible, so easy to be able to repair and finish garments professionally, that you know that if you are selling them, if you are gifting them, if you are making them for yourself, that they're not going to fall apart in the wash, or after a few wears, or go into a yoga class, they're going to split the stitches. You're going to make sure that they're robust. So, as I said, I'm not telling you you have to buy this one. I will tell you all 3 different machines and all different prices, and then it's up to you at what point of your sort of journey you're at. Now, we have the one that Rebecca was using, which is this one. We also have the 664, and we also have the 864, which is the air threader. So which one do you want to start with? Let's start with the middle of the road, because the air threader is obviously your more considered, and this is your most affordable. Now, if you want a little bit of a step up for the Pro, this is the one that we were using. We have got the most amazing price on this today. So this is supposed to be £80 higher. You can get it today at £479. It's supposed to be £559. It will be £559 tomorrow. You've now got it on 5-way split pay of just £95. Rebecca was absolutely taken aback when we said it was when it was £559, or, you know, £550. Today, you're getting £80 off at £479. Now, the benefits of this one, the difference between each one, obviously, you've got your air threading system on your most expensive, which is, it is a costly sort of feature to have. But if you are worried about the threading, Rebecca had a good tip, actually, that once you've got your cones on there, snip them off. If you are changing to a different colour, tie a little knot on the one, and very gently, don't put your foot down, just gently pull them through, and then you don't have to even worry about threading the upper or lower looper, because that's what it is that scares people, I know. Now, it comes with the little tub. That's a good addition on the Pro. As you can see, it's already been filled. It catches all of your offcuts. It catches your threads. You're not going to be sat there with your lap covered in threads. On the inside of it, I mean, I just find it amazing having a look at the workings of overlockers. But there's lots of different guides throughout. So when you're threading it, it's all colour-coded. And then underneath here, it will show you what each stitch looks like. So it's a good idea, actually, when you're getting to know what an overlocker does, is to thread them all in different colours, and you'll see what each thread does. But if you are looking at your sportswear, any stretch clothing, most clothes that you buy from shops will have been finished, the raw edges finished on an overlocker. I mean, it all looks very sort of mechanical, but actually there isn't too much to think about other than threading your lower looper, which is all colour-coded for you. Also comes with full instruction manual and a 2-year warranty. We have actually got a little bit of a slide about the technical features, which will explain a little bit more about the programming screen on here. So it has got that built-in program reference panel. So it will tell you as you go through. Yes, in fact, let's go through this first and then I can explain more about that. So the built-in program reference panel. It's also got automatic tension release. It's got a built-in 2-thread converter. So you can use this with 4 threads, 3 threads, 2 threads. If you're doing lovely little rolled hems, you can do that on this machine. It's got the tilting needle clamp. It's also got instant rolled hem device. So as I say, yeah, if you want to do lovely silk scarves or something on a delicate dress, it doesn't have to be a chunky sort of overlock stitch. You've also got your front cover, which is that safety system. You've got your pre-tension slider for 3 threads, 4 threads, and 2 threads. Colour-coded threading routes. Your cutting blade as well, obviously, which is going to take away, if you are constructing, you're going to be able to do it very, very quickly, as it's going to finish and construct with your cutting blades. You've got your adjustable foot pressure. Now that's very handy actually if you're working on anything that's got a pile or a nape, so a velvet for example. If you don't want to crush it down, you can actually adjust the foot pressure and lift that up slightly higher. You've got your telescopic thread antenna system, so all of your threads glide through your system evenly. You've got your waist tray included, which please don't underestimate how valuable that waist tray is. And then you've also got your accessory box, which comes with a great accessory bundle as standard and a dust cover. So if you are putting this away, if you're not using it day in, day out, it does come with a hard dust cover as well, which you can put it away. Now, your standard accessories, you get all your little screwdrivers that you need, your tweezers, because obviously you don't want to ever put your fingers anywhere near it. Use the set of tweezers that's included. It comes with a set of needles, so you get 11 and a 14. You get the nets to put over your spools. You get those spool holder caps, lint brush, needle threader as well. You get everything that you need to maintain it with your little oil, your 2-thread needle converter, a spanner, an upper knife. You also have your snap-on thread guide, and you have your tension release clip all included. There is a lot of information on YouTube, and in fact we've done lengthy tutorials where we've gone through all of the different threads that you can use and demonstrated them on the show. Today is more about getting it at this amazing discounted price today, but I can show you on the reference chart image that I believe you've got there, yeah, the different threads. So you've got your number 1 thread, which you can see here on that picture, which is on the front of your machine. Number 1, which is your safety 4 threads. So 4 threads uses 2 needles left and right. And then all of those dials, it will tell you exactly, the blue one is there. It will tell you the foot. It will tell you the recommended sort of dial to have it on for your differential feed or your width. That's all there. So you've got number 1. Number 2 is your stretch knit. Number 2 is your gathering. You've got your stretch wrap. You've got your 3-thread wide, overlock 3, narrow hem 3, rolled hem for 3 and for 2. You've got your overcast for 2. This is 2 threads. And then you've also got your flat lock for 3 threads or 2 threads. So you can use it for, as you can see, the numbers indicate how many threads you're going to be using. And you can see the pictures of the dials and which ones are going to be used for 3 threads or 4 threads. So if you were to take one out, it would be, I'm presuming it says there on the blue, doesn't it? You use it for 3 or 4 threads. So it's all there at the front of the machine for you as a reference guide, which is brilliant. It has your thread cutter on the side. It's got your option to take your blade off. We have had questions about it before, and personally I don't know why you'd want to take it off. Maybe if you're thinking, right, I am really concerned about snipping the ends off my garments and I don't want to do that, I don't want to nip into my my notches. Don't be scared of the blade. The blade is there to be your friend. It's absolutely fine. It's completely concealed. Rebecca showed you exactly where it is here. Shut this and you can see. So that's where your blade is, behind that section there. So it's completely concealed within. It's only when you're putting your foot down will that blade go, but you can't get your fingers anywhere near it. So don't worry about the blade, but you can disengage it if you want to. 5-way split pay today. Everybody who's managed to get it, today, you're getting it with an £80 discount. I mean, that's a lot of money to take off, isn't it? An £80 discount for £479. This is now, without a doubt, one of the most affordable overlockers we've ever brought to you. I mean, that is amazing. This will go up tomorrow. It will be tomorrow at £559. If you want it under £100 on split pay, make the most of that. It does come with a 2-year warranty. Elna have got a fantastic UK-based customer service team, but we also have our representatives now that are Elna trained. So any questions that you have, please get them in. If you've got any questions and we can answer them on air today, we absolutely will. We're live till 1 o'clock. So get your messages in or any questions. We also have a more affordable option, which I can't actually believe I'm saying that, because in the world of overlockers, from my experience, you are normally looking between sort of 600 up to, you know, over £1,000 machine that we've got on the right of me. This machine does everything again that you want it to do. It's, as you see, it doesn't have the screen on the front. It doesn't have that reference guide, but you can still use it as a 3-thread, a 4-thread, a 2-thread if you want for your rolled hems. Rebecca says she always uses it as 4-thread. You've still got that telescopic thread antenna as well, but this is under £350. So if you are at the point thinking, I'm not dressmaking every day, I want to have a go with an overlocker. I want to invest. I'm definitely going to be working with jersey, but I also have a different machine, sewing machine, embroidery machine. I don't have the space, maybe then this is going to be the one for you. It's compact. It's one that you can take out and use at your convenience. And once again, it comes with a great array of accessories as standard. All of your technical features are on the screen there. Thank you. Sorry, I was just having a look and seeing if I can see the weight. So it's 6.3 kilograms in weight. It's got the flatbed, and it's actually got a really good size flatbed. This is, I know with overlockers, you don't normally have a bed as big as this. So if you are working on larger garments, you've got a really, really lovely bed space there. Your thread cutter built in, you've got a 4-piece feed dog system, so it's going to feed through lots of different fabrics evenly. You've got a 2-thread converter, and all of those different, you can see on the side there, all of your different technical features on the slide, if you wouldn't mind showing this, please. Michael, there it is. All of the different features. Do you have the accessories pack that comes with this? Electronic foot control, built-in storage compartment, accessory box and a dust cover. So with the 664, it comes with your little accessory box to keep everything all nice and neat and tidy. You get extra spool caps, you get your pins, you get all of your little bits that you need. But that's the great thing about overlockers. Don't need to worry about having too many different fancy feet. You can literally plug it in and get going. Rebecca uses an overlocker to finish all of her pieces before she even starts to construct without taking anything off them. So don't worry about, you know, if you've already cut out your pattern pieces and you've put all your notches on, she's not cutting any of the fabric away. But it does have that ability if you're doing, we had a lady message in earlier saying that she makes quilts and uses an overlocker because it makes the seams super, super strong. So if, for example, you're making quilts for kids or for animals, for dog beds, then that is going to make your seams super, super strong. Also, I know a lot of people that love that overlocked sort of stitch as a focal point and a feature on decorative cushions and all sorts. So it doesn't always need to be for cutting on the end or even on dressmaking. Having it as, you know, seeing that raw edge, exposed seam works. Here we go. Thinking overlockers is just for dressmaking. You can see there, putting it together for scrappy quilts, for blankets, quick binding with an overlocker. Brilliant. So yes, don't just think it's for dressmakers. Obviously, traditionally for dressmakers, but I know a lot of sewers that have invested in overlockers and love them. £67.80 on split pay. Have a serious think about that one because that is a brilliant deal. I can't believe that we have any overlockers under £350. It now changes it, doesn't it? Because it was always, it's quite an investment. But now on split pay at £67.80, it's no brainer. Brilliant. It comes with a fabulous instruction manual as well, so you'll understand how to thread it. Now, if threading is scary, if you are thinking, right, I do a lot of overlocking, I change my threads frequently, I want to use all of these lovely bright colours, I mean, look at some of these bright colours we've got, then maybe the air threader is for you. It is more considered. So, as I said, this isn't for everybody, but this might be for somebody who is taking that next leap. I know Rebecca was saying, oh, I really want an air threader. I really want an air threader. You've obviously got all of the features of both machines in front of me, but the most exciting technology ever is the fact that here you have two slots where the threads, the difficult threads to thread, the ones to go in your lower looper and your upper looper are the ones that people get a bit daunted by. They literally go into here. You then use the pump to basically shoot your threads from this hole down through your looper, and it's threaded for you. You're not having to get any tiny little tweezers, bending in awkward positions, trying to find where it goes. It literally does it, with just one quick air threading system, which is amazing. It is such a game changer in the world of overlocking. And as I said, if you can afford to invest in an overlocking machine, this is the dream for so many dressmakers. And today's the day to do it because we're actually going to discount it. Oh my word. Right, everything we can out of it, 1059, 5-way split pay. That now gets your split pay, £140 off. That now gets your split pay at £211.80 to be exact. So if this was on your wish list, if this is something you've been thinking about, that's a really lovely saving to then invest in some nice fabrics, some more dressmaking patterns, loads of lovely jerseys that we've got. 5-way split pay as well. You will get it sent out to you today after you've paid that first payment of just £211.80. So we've got some information on screen coming your way, a little bit more about the technical features and that amazing advanced technology of that air threader system. It's still going to produce fabulous 4-thread overlocking, but also 3-thread, 2 threads. If you want to do rolled hems, it's got the ability of doing everything that we've talked about with the Elna Pro, but this time it's got that air threading system, 2-thread, 3-thread and 4-thread overlocking, built-in needle threader, adjustable differential feed. You might want to have a bit of a play around with your differential feed depending on the fabrics that you're working with. It's quite intuitive that actually you shouldn't need to mess around too much with that setting, but if you want to change it, depending on your decorative finish or your fabrics that you're working on, if you're going from very heavyweight fabric to very, very lightweight tulle, for example, you might want to change that differential feed. You've got your 5-level presser foot pressure dial. Once again, if you want to change the pressure level of the foot, so if you want to lift it slightly, if you're working with a heavier pile, then you can do that. You've got your 8-piece feed dog system, built-in 2-thread converter, built-in thread cutter, super speedy machine, maximum sewing speed, adjustable up to 1,300 stitches per minute. But you do also have your adjustable speed control with your foot pedal. I'm just looking. Oh, it's got the built-in, so I think it's got at the back, you're saying it's portable because it's got the handle at the back there, so if you are still thinking, I don't necessarily have all of the space to be keeping it out next to my sewing machine, you can put this away or you can take it out with you. It also comes with a cover. I think it's a hard cover that comes with this one, actually. And it also has really good lighting, which makes such a difference, especially, you know, if you're working into the night. It's got really good LED lights that will obviously project onto the bed of your machine. Now, those of you that have got this in your basket, have a serious think about that price, because it is only available while stocks last, or for today only. Midnight tonight, it will go back up, and that is £140, did you say, off? £140 saving. There is so much information on our website. There is video tutorials that we've done on air before as well. Today it is discounted with a 5-way split pay. We're very, very lucky that we have the connection with Elna that we do want to be able to bring the variety of machines that we do, but also at the price that we do. Today on split pay, 5-way split pay for under £250. Any questions that you have, get them in. There you go. You can see the air threading system. That pump means that you can thread your spools super, super speedy. Your lower looper, your upper looper is going to be easier than ever to thread. I think that's what puts a lot of people off, or, you know, worries people about overlockers. You've got the overlock stretch knit, decorative over edging, gathering, overlock regular and wide, rolled hem, narrow hem. So there's so many stitches. Don't just think that an overlocker is just one stitch. Yes, it will finish your edges, but it will also construct garments, swimwear, underwear, dancewear, gymwear, loungewear, jumpers, hoodies, any stretch fabrics that you're working with. If you were to do an alternative, I know quite often we'll say, look, you can finish your edges with pinking shears. Yes. Over time, it's going to fray. If you were to use a lightning stitch, yes, that's giving you a little bit of flexibility, isn't it, when you're using a lightning stitch on your sewing machine. But having those 4 threads and the ability to still stretch your garment without splitting any of your stitches, oh my gosh, is invaluable when you're making things like activewear, dancewear, swimwear, underwear, anything you're going to be wearing and moving in. You're going to want to make sure it's robust. Putting it in the wash, putting it in the tumble dryer, it's going to last months and months, years and years, especially if you're making for somebody else. Or make it for yourself. What am I talking about? Make it for someone else, you want to make sure it stays together, but also make it for yourself. When we are making our garments, we want them to last, and overlocking is that professional finish that we all aspire to as dressmakers. Do you know? Today on the show, she was using the 664. I don't know what overlocker she uses at home. I'm not quite sure, but I know that she said to me that she really wanted the air threader. She was like, I really, really want the air threader. I know that she used the 664 on the show earlier on, which is, this one, 664 Pro. That's the one that we actually did an £80 discount on as well. But I'm not sure which one she uses at home. I'm not going to lie, I'm not quite sure. I feel like it might be an hour. I don't know. I know she's told me in the past, but she used this one and she was super confident. I mean, she literally picked it up off the shelf and just started plugging it in and using it. It's very intuitive. You don't need to mess around with too many settings. You can literally just get on overlocking and finishing, neatening your edges. Yes, so there are the 3 offers that we have available. Well done if you've managed to get your air threader today. We've had people checking out on all 3. I mean, they are the best prices we can offer on all 3 of those. Now, if you do need some thread to go with it, look what we've got back in stock. I love these. No, these are amazing. The value for money is so, so good. Every single time we bring this box in, it sells out. Because, let's face it, we had a question earlier on about what colour threads to go with. These are the colours to go with. Do you have any scissors? I don't want to rip this box. I'm notorious for ripping packaging, and I want to show you all these lovely cones because you've got all of your black, grey, thank you, white, creams, ivories. These are the ones, let's face it, that you are going to be going to day, and look at how many you get. 1,200 metres on each spool or on each cone. They are the big chunky cones. Obviously with overlocking you get through a lot more thread than you would with your sewing machine. That's why they're very, very useful to have these big, big chunky spools. I think that it's slightly different to thread that you use in your sewing machine. One, you get these huge spools, but also I believe it's going to be stronger and it's not going to be as sort of fluffy. You're not going to get a big lint build up. Now, for the last 10 of these, Watch this. I told you we were going to do some amazing specials this hour. P&P back and a little bit more, $74.99. If you've checked out today, that's your P&P back in your pocket for you. If you're getting this today, now you're getting four of each colour. And whether you're matching it in, trying your best to sort of disguise your stitching, I think you've got enough here to be able to see. And as I said earlier on with Rebecca, you don't necessarily always see overlocking stitches, do you? But you want to make sure that you're using quality thread. It is important. We talked about using an overlocker, and I suppose an overlocker is only great if you're using the right threads that are going to also let you pass through the machine at such high speeds without snapping, without breaking, so you know you've got that confidence with Madeira. Also washable up to 95 degrees centigrade. Centigrade. It can also, so it's fine if it's being dry cleaned, it's fine if it's being washed at high temperatures. If it's on a cool tumble dry, it's fine as well. It's 100% polyester, so it's fine when you're pressing it. Just $74.99. 1,200 meters over 5 different colour spools. And there are literally a couple of those remaining. There's less than 10 if you've got them in your basket. These are really good value for money. Well, what does that make our price per cone? 24 spools. £3.12. I mean, that's wild, isn't it? Your standard polyester thread in the supermarket is 100 metres, and you can pay about £1.70, £2 a spool. I'll be really conservative and say £1.50 for your standard, not Madeira, for your standard polyester thread. This is Madeira. You're getting 1,200 metres, so, 10 times the amount of thread on each spool. $74.99. I mean, that is brilliant. And trust me, you get through it. If you're doing lots of overlocking, you do want to make sure that you've got plenty of thread ready. It's a nice little box as well, isn't it, to hold all your spools in place. Now, if you do want to be a little bit extra, these colours. I have never seen these. They are Madeira. They are quality. They are 1,000 metre spools, and look at these colours. Oh, now I want these to be seen. If you are doing dance wear, if you're doing really cool garments that you want your overlocking to show, do it in these neon colours. Wow. Now, in the box, I'm going to open this up because I want you to be able to see it isn't just those brights. You have also got your neutrals. So you've got black and white, you've got your tan and grey, and you've got a beige in there as well, red and navy blue, green, and then 4 of these amazing neon colours. I absolutely love this. Designed to be with your overlocker, designed to go through at very fast speeds, super strong, able to be able to put through the wash time and time again, and obviously last the test of time. 1,000 metre spools, 100% polyester. Suitable for sportswear, lingerie, suitable for lots of garments, especially if you're doing something decorative. This is the one that I would be saying if you're getting an overlocker and you want to do a rainbow, so put a different colour in each holder basically, and have it as a decorative edge. It will look beautiful, really, really striking. Have some fun with your overlock threads. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's practical. It's going to make sure your seams aren't fraying. But also, yeah, it's good to be able to have all these different colours to play around with. Especially, I love these. They are so vibrant. For summer, for dance wear, for costumes, for swimwear. Because often you're going to see the overlocking edge on swimwear, aren't you? Wow. 44.99. Yeah, jazz your swimwear that you've already got. Jazz it up. Here we go. I've thrown all of my other brands of overlocking thread out. The Madeira threads are so much nicer and better mercerized. Personally, I don't know, you know, the difference that it would make with a cheaper thread, but I know when you're going through at high speeds, it's going to easily break. Are you going to get that lovely high shine finish, that really lovely bright finish? Madeira are really, really world renowned. I mean, lots of very, very fancy cars, the upholstery, the stitching is done in Madeira threads. They are the company to go to for high-end threads. So yes, you can't go wrong with those. They are your Aeroflock Madeira threads. In bulk buy, again, the price is crazy. If you actually start breaking down metre by metre, really good value for money getting in these larger packs. We do also have the neutrals. Sue, if you need to stock up, these are your fluffy ones again. They're the Aerolock. 1,200 metres of your overlock threads. Those large spools. Another cheeky crash coming your way. Well done, everybody who's made the most of the deals on the overlockers today. I'm excited to see what you start creating. Please get it out of the box, though. As I say, there's so many people that message in and think, oh, gosh, I'm daunted, I'm scared, I haven't got it out of the box yet. Do it, do it, do it. $38.99 for your 12 threads, 12 spools. Oh my gosh, I'm very envious of the people today who are getting a really bit of exciting post coming their way who have invested in the overlocker, the air threading overlocker. Oh, it's a game changer, isn't it? Just literally being able to take your tweezers, take your thread, just literally dip them into that little hole on the top there and pump the air pump, and it will shoot your threads through and you are done. You are done. And those of you that have spent the time trying to thread overlockers, I mean, please don't be daunted. I know it can be scary, but we've given a couple of hacks that Rebecca advised, or just sit with your manual, spend a couple of days, dedicate an afternoon to cracking it, then you have got the option. Because I understand, look, it isn't in everybody's budget to be spending £1,000 on an air thread overlocker today. But if you are at that point, what an exciting bit of post is coming your way. It'll be your new favourite toy without a doubt. Especially with £140 off today. Right, so they're your lovely overlocking threads from Madeira. Oh, Madeira. 4 white, 4 grey and 4 black. And these are the ones that Rebecca said, look, just have in your stash, just have them ready to go. You do get through a lot more thread with your overlocker than you do your sewing machines. Oh, okay. So are these for your overlocker? Here you've got your stretch ballpoint needles for your Janome. So let me have a look. So you use these. I know you definitely use these within your sewing machine. Sharply pointed needle. Machine needles will fit overlockers, I'm being told. So you can use these, yes, for your overlocker. You can see them on your graphics. So these are replacement needles for your overlocker. Do you know, this is such a good point. We talk so much about replacing your machine needles, your sewing machine needles. It is so important to replace your overlocking needles as well. And the benefit of obviously having the right needle for the right job is if you're working with knit, if you're working with super stretch fabrics, you want to make sure that it's got this ball point, because the ball point will basically rounded tip needle for sewing knitted fabric, so it will pass through the fibres instead of piercing through. So they are designed especially for your super stretch fabrics. So if, again, dancewear, activewear, it will stop it snagging. Just about using the right needles for the job, isn't it? 5 of those for £5.99. Every little penny counts, eh? Let's go even lower. £5.50 for your pack of 5. these are going to work with all of the Elna machines that we've looked at today. If you do want to get yourself some extra needles, what needles did it say come as standard with your machines? Can you remember? These are 75s and 90s. You've got 2 90s and 3 75s in here. So I think that they're different to the ones that you get as standard. I don't think you get ballpoint needles with your Elna machine, so it's worth grabbing these if you bought an air threader today, or if you bought any of the Elna machines, any of the overlockers. Definitely get yourself some ballpoint needles if you're planning on working with some lovely stretch fabrics, which, let's face it, that's what I'm most excited about. There are some amazing jerseys and gorgeous fabrics on the market. Imagine running up a pair of leggings, you know, activewear, gym leggings, matching kids leggings to go with your leggings. I mean, there's just so many pyjama bottoms. It's going to be so useful. I love jersey. I mean, jersey jumpsuits, jersey tops. They're just super comfy, but can look also really, really smart. So yeah, definitely get your super stretch needles. They are your Janome needles, so they'll work with any of the Elnas. Elna and Janome are all under the same umbrella, basically. So they will all work. They're like sister companies. Thanks, Lauren. Just £5.50. Lots of you coming through for those. Check out our multiples. We don't get the chance to see the overlocker needles very often. Fabulous. Right, can I just remind you, well done if you've checked out on the air threading machine. Now, this is the big boy. I understand that this is not going to be in everybody's price range, but today we've got all 3 options. From the most affordable at just over £300 to our mid-range, which has taken £80 off today to make it under £500. And then this is the dream machine, the air threading, all singing, all dancing. And it's today with a discount of £140, 5-way split pay. Have a serious think about it. There's a lot of people who have got it in their basket, which is so exciting. Any questions that you have, please do get them in, because we can hold that price open until midnight tonight, and then it will go back up on the website. Also, can we just do the early bird? Because I know that we are running out of time. And earlier on, we launched a brilliant early bird. Hundreds of these have sold already today. Well done if you've got your Fiskars rotary cutter. It's supposed to be, even here, $14.99, which is a great price. If you do a little bit of shopping online, which, let's face it, we all do, you'll probably find this at $17.99, $16.99. You can now get this even lower. Right, $14.99 is a brilliant price for a Fiskars rotary cutter. Rebecca Harrison said that she was always taught, you know, use good quality cutting tools, so she's always used Fiskars. This is a Fiskars rotary cutter, 45mm. It's ambidextrous, so you can change the blade over completely to the other side if you are a lefty. Use it for left-handed cutting. It's got that lovely soft comfort grip as well at the top. It's got an extra safety precaution where you've got that locking button on the front. So that is now completely locked. It's not until I press the button, engage the trigger, that it's then used. It's then exposed. Whereas lots of rotary cutters out there, and even ones that we stock at the price we're about to go to, you would physically have to remember to disengage the blade. Don't need to worry about that. It's super, super safe, really sharp, obviously, with your 45mm blade. And it's discounted. Are you ready to see why it's a super special early birds deal? All this week, every morning, 8 o'clock, we're doing a mega early bird. So definitely stay tuned. I'm pleased that we had enough of these to go around. We started with hundreds and hundreds, but only today can you get them at $9.99. I don't think I've ever sold a Fiskars rotary cutter at $9.99. Have you ever seen Fiskars rotary cutters under a tenner? This is like the sort of price point that you would see for your starter rotary cutter, for the, as I say, the sort of the cheapest ones on the market. So to be able to get a Fiskars top quality, have it as your second rotary cutter, get one for a friend, start them up on their own quilting journey. Remember, there's people I know who run groups, that run sessions, that are teachers. Even if you want to buy these to then sell at your craft fair stores or wherever you are, and you can say, right, here's your quilting starter set, Fiskars rotary cutter, a mat and a ruler. get started. We're talking about dressmaking this hour. We've seen dressmakers cutting out patterns with rotary cutters, fabric with rotary cutters. You could have just one that's actually for your paper. So if you do like cutting out your dressmaking patterns with a rotary cutter, obviously be really, really careful. Please never cut towards yourself. Always try to cut away. Use the safety feature, obviously, when you're not using your rotary cutter. Lock it in place so it's completely safe. But if you are using this as your dressmaking rotary cutter, that you're cutting your dressmaking patterns out, get it as a separate one, put a ribbon on it, and say, right, that's my paper one. I use that for foundation paper piecing. I use that to cut my dressmaking patterns out. So, yeah, you've got the option here of having a quality Fiskars trigger rotary cutter. 45mm blade is your sort of standard blade as well. It's the one that we go to. I would only ever really go smaller if you're working with like curves or a ruler. Maybe you'd want a 28mm blade, but the 45mm blade is your most popular. £9.99. Right, that is your early bird. Is there anything else that you want me to recap with the overlockers? 664 is the one that Rebecca used earlier on. The 664 Pro is the one that we've done a massive £80 discount on. It's normally $559, and today it is $479. It has amazing features and functions. It's got a great array of standard accessories that come. Here's your technical features. You can use it with 4 threads, 3 threads, 2 threads. You can use it for lovely rolled hem. It's got an instant rolled hem device on there. It's got a self-threading lowered looper. Whoop, whoop. It's got your waist tray included, which is brilliant. I know I keep banging on about this waist tray, but it's actually really, really, really useful. I've sold machines, I've sold overlockers that are over £1,000 that do not have a waist tray, and you're covered in threads, you're covered in offcuts of fabric. So to just have that little look, I mean, it literally is just it's full of Rebecca's offcuts from my show earlier. But how useful is that to just have that sitting on the front of your machine? It's going to catch all those threads. Accessories that come as standard as well are there on your screen. 5-way split pay. Keeping it on 5-way split pay for you. If you've got it in your basket, this is your sign to check out. Have a serious think about it. I know, ask on the fan page. There's a lot of people I know that will own this machine, so ask their advice. Don't take my word for it. This is a brilliant, user-friendly overlocker. It's got the colour coding for your threading. Don't be put off by the fact that it hasn't got that air threading system. You can still do it. 10 different stitches with that program guide on the front of your machine for quick, easy reference points. Rolled hems, flat lock stitches. You can do gathering, stretch knit. You've then also got your 4-thread classic safety stitch, which we all know and love, but it does so much more than that. Not only can you finish and neaten your edges to a professional standard, but you also obviously can then construct with jerseys and knits and stretch fabrics, which is just a whole new ball game to get excited with. I know a lot of people who avoid potentially, before they have an overlocker, avoid working with jerseys and knits. Imagine the possibilities you're open to once you've invested in your overlocker. Massive saving, £80 off, which makes your 5-way split pay today 0% interest, just £95. Get it home. See it for yourself. Try it out. There's loads of videos on YouTube as well, tutorials, and help with our team and the Elna team as well. You do get a 2-year warranty as standard with any of the Elna machines. So absolutely make the most of that. Okay. Yes, have a serious think about those. They're amazing discounts. Absolutely amazing. Tomorrow's show. If you do love Elnas, by the way, I've got an Elna day on Thursday. I've got Delphine Brooks coming to do a demonstration on the 720. I'm not quite sure on all of the plans on the discounts, but I know you're going to get lots of goodies. So please do tune in on Thursday morning with me. Tomorrow morning, you've got William Morris, the Emery Walker collection. John Scott's back tomorrow. He's going to be joined by Yvonne McAtamney with a block of the month, Impressions of Japan, at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, the hobby bag, pattern with coordinating zip set with Hayley West. Lovely Hayley's on as well tomorrow. You've also got Village Fabrics, Cats and Kittens, Birds and Blossoms at 11. And then Handmade by Hayley at 12 o'clock, joining John. So do make sure you join in. Don't forget, all of these offers are only available till midnight tonight, so have a serious thinking about it. Tune in for 8 o'clock, more in the morning for your mega early bird. There's still availability on your Fiskars rotary cutter if you want to come in at any point until midnight tonight. You're only paying one postage and packaging, so definitely add that to your order. I love the look of the hobby maker set today. We've got lots of gorgeous goodies for you coming up on Hobby Maker this afternoon. So do make sure, if you want to stay tuned for more crafting, stay where you are. Thank you for your company today. I've had a lovely day. Thank you to Rebecca. Well done, everybody who's managed to get any of the dressmaking patterns, their fabrics, or their overlockers. You're going to have so much fun. I will see you on Thursday morning, but you'll see John bright and early for another mega early bird at 8 o'clock. See you then.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over